Hi everyone, thank you for coming today. I will take a few minutes of your time to give you some information today about the conference, the CTF tomorrow and everything. So today it's will be on conference all the day until 6 p.m. when the workshop will begin at Felma. I will talk about it just after. The CTF will be, as every year, at the building H of NCMAG and start at 10 a.m. So just a few things. There is some stickers at the reception for those who don't want to be taken in photo. You will have a Wi-Fi, so I'll let you take a picture of it and connect to it if you need it. And in the break room, we will put some paper with the code and everything for the Wi-Fi. We have some Eco Cup. It's not a takeaway cup, please. Everything is on deposit, so we will pay for each meeting goblet. And they are not unlimited. Please keep yours a maximum when you use it. The lunchtime would be at the same place like the break you have. And please leave some vegetarian dishes and priority to the vegetarian people. There is the Twitter there. If you want to add some news, just tweet about us. And for the Rump, you need to send it to rump@GreHack.fr before 4:54 p.m. About the workshop, we are right now on this place, Minatech, and Felma just near, a few steps, and you will find. Unfortunately, the CryptTax workshop was cancelled. We'll get back to you just after with more information. Hopefully, we will find a place for everyone who was in the CryptTax workshop. For the CTF, so there is the exact location of the Bâtiment H is on the campus, so it's far from this place. You can take the tramway. It will drop you just next door to the building H. About the CTF, you must have the good ticket. It's not the same as the conference. It was like €3 more because there is less place. Okay, so if you don't have the CTF ticket, you can participate to it tomorrow. And thank you very much. Welcome to Grenoble. Welcome to GreHack. I hope we'll have a good day. And if you need someone to help you, ask the green people. And hopefully everything is good.
So, welcome everyone. I'm Pascal Lafourcade. I will be the chair of the first session of GreHack. It's a pleasure to be there. And we'll have a small modification in the talk. So we'll start with Simon. After we have the third talk about Laravel first, and after we have the talk on the Cisco vulnerabilities. So I invite Simon to come and we'll talk for the first presentation about security and physical security.
So, hello everyone, and thank you to attend this presentation about back to the failure. Did your physical security really evolve in the last 40 years? So I'm Simon Gusbrock. I'm a pen tester at Synactive. I am a physical intrusion specialist, and I do physical intrusion on industrial sites, offices. And example of targets includes data center, upper-tier Céveso establishments, and also luxury logistics and things like that. And Synactive is an offensive security company based in France, around 170 experts, and we do pen test, reverse engineering, development, and incident response. So first thing first, what is a physical pen test for the people who may not be familiar with it? It can be seen from two perspectives. From a client perspective, it is just like a classical pen test, but instead of trying to enter into your computer, we try to enter into to physically enter into your facilities. It is the same legal framework, and it is the same goal of finding vulnerabilities in order to improve your security. From a pen tester perspective, this can be seen actually just like a kind of urbex, but with people still inside, and helpful and legal, so just all fun. So, what you have here is a movie depicting an actual hacker from the 18th, called Karl Koch, and he's inventing what he will call a Trojan horse to trick legitimate users. What he doesn't know is that on the other side of the line, there is another guy called Cliff Stoll, who was setting up what will be known as a Trojan horse, this one trying to trick attackers. And it is interesting because it is the very start of the catch and mouse game between attackers and defenders, which will give birth to very fundamental principles in cybersecurity, such as defense in depth and zero trust. Other side of the line, there is another movie from the early 90s depicting a fictional physical pentest team. So while an accomplice is acting as a delivery man and making a sign towards the receptionist, we can see in the background the actual intruder acting as a legitimate employee and urging the receptionist to unlock the turnstile as he cannot access his badge. This kind of scenario can actually just be applied as is even today, remember that it is a film from the 90s, and I can actually just directly relate to most of the techniques that they are using in this movie even today. Maybe there was one change. At one moment in the film, they try to get their hands on one of those old Stripe access badge, and it is complicated because you have to physically get it. And now today, you just have to go near your target to remotely clone the RFID badge. Talk about progress. Yeah. So, what really struck me during my assessments is how, despite all the fancy stuff deployed to impress customer, partners, and also site owners themselves, we can still, today, enter in so-called secure facilities using the same old-school techniques known for decades. Why is that so? It is a question that we will try to answer in this presentation. So, first, the most obvious reason is when a site manager does not actually really care about the site security. The goal here is just to cut cost, and the solution is quite simple. You just delegate everything security related to a third-party company, and in case something bad happens, you just rely on their insurance to cover the expenses. While this works in terms of conformity and liability, this won't help to cover brand reputation damage, to cover intellectual or industrial knowledge theft, or it will not even guarantee that any potential intrusion will be detected or even reported. And we will see a concrete example of this by the end of this presentation. Another thing is what I call the endless loop of trust. The installer trusts the manufacturer as he installs well-established equipment with good security reputation and certification, so it is good material, it should be secure. The customer trusts the installer because he is the expert, the field expert, so he knows what he is doing. And the manufacturer has to cover various use cases. So it trusts the customer to read the documentation so it can tell the installer what are the actual needs and expectations about the product. In the end, everybody assumed that somebody else took the security in charge, while in fact, nobody did. And then come a lot of false beliefs, which are in fact the very same ones that could be heard when internet was becoming a thing. And so that's why you can welcome the old wisdom of legacy IT security, which will explain us all these old beliefs. The first one, for the people remembering about the errors file, I did not put any password on this server since I use my IP to authenticate, which in the physical realm translates into I did not put any lock cylinder as I use an access badge to open this door. Concretely, here is a concrete example. This door has no lock cylinder. but it does not need one, since you are using a multi-factor authentication with a badge and a PIN code to open the door. So what could be wrong with that? Well, let's just see. Here, I just use a cheap plastic key used on construction sites to open door while locks have not been installed. It is not even really some kind of high-end attacking stuff. It's just something for construction site, and it just works as well on MIFARE protected doors. So, if you still need to keep a keybase access to this door, please install an actual lock cylinder, a secure one, please. If you don't need to keep a keybase access, just properly condemn the lock cylinder hole. And just an information, cosmetic does not mean security, so just putting a cosmetic plate to cover the hole usually don't help. Next thing, I've left the default lock, they are good enough. You have to know that that a lot of equipments are coming with well-known default keys. So these keys can be found really easily on the internet and ordered on the SPA and hardware stores. And usually attacker will have a set of these default keys because they are just the exact physical counterpart of password list. So the same way that anybody attempting a cyber attack is using a common password word list, a physical attacker will have a set of default keys, and we will see a concrete example of their usage later in this presentation. I left a crappy lock on this door since we never use it anyway. So here is game time. There is no reason that I'm the only one working here, so I will ask for your participation on this. What you can see on the screen is a schematic view of a classical secure infrastructure. You can see there is a multiple security level. Each separation between each security level is going through an access control. And there is also, obviously, a security exit, allowing people to go out of the building in case an emergency happens. The goal here is to help the ninja to choose a path to access level 4. So please, people thinking that the ninja should go for the main entrance, please raise your hands. Please, just small tips. The site owner think that an attacker will go for the main entrance. Someone, maybe one in the morning, maybe one people there, but okay. And maybe by any luck, maybe if someone is thinking that the ninja should go for the emergency exit, please raise your hands. Okay, maybe you have not read the sign correctly. It is written exit. It is an exit point, not an entry point. Who would enter through an exit point? Seriously, nobody would. Or, to state it differently, no legitimate person will do. And the idea here is that you shouldn't think of a door in terms of how a legitimate person will use it, but in terms of how an attacker may use it. If you have a single door separating your highest security area and your level 0 building exterior, this door should be treated as a highly sensitive access, and therefore maybe it might worth a bit more than a cheap 10 euros lock cylinder bought in a nearby store. Real-life attackers don't exist. It's just FUD and marketing. During an assessment, we are not allowed to cut fences. But usually, when there is this kind of fences, we usually don't need to do it because somebody else usually already opened a path for us. So we just have to go around the site and just enter for the way that was already opened by somebody else. Don't know who, but somebody else already went there. Quite often, we can also encounter sometimes some proof of a previous determined forced entry. For instance, here we can see that somebody tried to enter using a crowbar and to forcefully open the door, break the hinges, and so on. We also had some, during an assessment, a really interesting customer feedback. The customer was warned by a government agency how they will do to enter into the site. So the site responsible raised the alert to the management, but the management dismissed it because it's just a government imagination. You know, it's not like really someone would really enter for this way. It's just their imagination. So the customer hired us with giving us no information. And we actually identified this exact same path as the preferred, the easiest way to enter into their facility. And we managed to get inside and to get outside without raising any alert. So this shows three things. First, this path is highly likely to be chosen by any attacker wanting to get in. And you already saw it when you helped the ninja to go inside the website, even though the site owner said, oh no, an attacker will go for the main entrance. Just look how it is easy to find how to get in. It works also effectively, and this path really works in real life and really also allow to bypass all access control mechanism. And maybe the worst thing, as we did not raise any alert when going in, there is no way for the customer to know if anybody used this same path by the past. So it's just an unknown. Maybe somebody already entered, maybe somebody put something on the network. We just don't know. So very good in terms of security. Also, there is a lot of things in the press news, from laptops stolen from contractor offices to a couple of mainframes stolen from an airport custom server rooms. It happened in Australia. If you don't know the story, it is really funny to read. There is also attacks against the food, water, energy plant, public transportations, and so on. Also, we got, during job interviews, someone whose whose previous duty included collecting intelligence gathering from competing companies. You have also to be wary of a false perception of due to weak monitoring. If you don't detect any intrusion, it doesn't mean that there is no intrusion, just that maybe you are not able to detect it. And also, you have to be wary that as cybersecurity gains its maturity, physical intrusion may become the weakest point to enter and to put something on your facility and on your network. You can play for yourself also help the bad guy to find a path. You have the choice between entering through an hardened, tested, and really monitored cyber, or you have the choice to enter for a weak, untested, and loosely monitored physical accesses. Choose your path. Next thing, security systems are just to keep honest people honest. This is actually a misunderstanding on the fact that there is no absolute security. So let's take an example with encryption algorithms. I will give you a simple, nearly non-technical way to break any encryption algorithm. It can be a weak algorithm, a strong algorithm. It even works on future encryption algorithms. The trick here is that for any encryption algorithms have their key belonging to a well-defined key set. So all you have to do to break the encryption algorithm is just to iteratively test each key from the set, and at one time, with 100% certainty, you will eventually find the right key, allowing you to decrypt your content. With weak encryption algorithms, this process will take about a few minutes or a few hours. With strong encryption algorithms, this process will take about a few billion years. But if you put the time factor apart, indeed, anybody will be able to break any encryption algorithm. But this time factor is precisely what distinguishes a weak encryption algorithm and a strong one. And it is exactly the same thing with physical security. An intrusion requires some effort in terms of tools, training, time, financement, and human resources. And the physical security is precisely here to raise this required effort to a desired level. This desired level will depend mainly on the assets you want to protect, and also on the comparison with similar targets. Next thing, good security is too expensive anyway. So what we have here? Donc we always start a physical intrusion with online reconnaissance, and we identified this access door closed by a chain and a padlock. We can see also there is a camera covering the door, but it is behind a tree. So maybe if we are lucky enough, the tree is still there. Maybe there is still enough leaves. So there is maybe a blind spot. We can maybe jump over the gate to get in, but it is still a risky move. So it is a possible entry, but clearly not the preferred way. But voilà, just to keep this one in mind. And we will check on site how it appears. When we arrive on site, we discover that the customer recently replaced this gate by this huge monumental gate. In addition to the fact that the gate drop-down is exposed on the outside, the gate was locked using the manufacturer default key, which we obviously already bought on the internet as part of our default key set. So, even the camera becomes our ally in this to prove our legitimacy, since we are demonstratively using the key to unlock and then relock the gate behind us in front of the camera. So, since we have the key, we must somehow be legitimate to enter for this gate. It was when we discovered this, it was for us as attacker, it was a complete relief. No question asked on how we would enter into this facility, no worries. It was just, we are just fully happy about this. I don't know how much this kind of gate cost, but I'm not sure that was the expected goal when they installed it. I installed a certified armored door with biometric authentication. Nobody could ever enter. Certifications are good, but not sufficient. Generally, they do not take into account several factors, such as aging, such as installation detail, environment details, and they rely on standardized attack method made to compare to two different products, but not taking into account some techniques. And in particular, most of the tools that you are using to enter into facilities are not part of the tool used to certify a door. So let's take a concrete example. I have a customer very proud of his door. I have 50,000 euros armored door with a 12,000 euros biometric multi-factor access control. Would you manage to open it? B1, it will go real quick. So, what just happened here? I use this credit card size metal plate tool, which allows to contract the latch you can see on the screen, and therefore to free the door. On secure locks, the latch is protected using a dead latch. The dead latch detects when the door is in closed position and maintains the latch in place precisely to prevent this kind of attack. In this situation, the lock was aging and the dead latch was not functioning properly anymore, making the latch vulnerable again to this kind of attack. It is not something that you will see for visual inspection. It is not something that you will see for a conformity audit. It is, you really need to test it to be able to see this kind of thing. So, if you do not test it yourself, you can be sure this attack is just cheap, easy, and very discreet. So you can be certain that this kind of attack is just the fundamental go-to for anyone wanting to open this kind of door. So going back to certification, the thing to keep in mind is that while they actually indeed show what a device can provide to you, it does not actually show what they actually provide in your current context. Next thing. This will protect you against evil intruder 100% guarantees. So the vendor's discourse. The thing is that stacking always more security device is not the best solution. If your new devices do not fix your weak points just remain the same, and therefore your new devices did not improve your security posture in any way. Even worse, they might even lower it, as we saw earlier with the huge monumental gates, which does make us happy as intruders. I have an intrusion detection system, and vigilant employees, an intruder will certainly be noticed. People often have this wrong perception of an intruder trying to hide themselves behind walls, behind furniture, and so on to remain discreet. But the best way to remain discreet, to remain unseen, is just to act in plain sight. Here, with my colleague, we just bought a picnic before passing the external defenses, so we can just install ourselves comfortably right in front of the main building and observe. Also, with the right switch, we can just physically cut through your defenses right in front of everybody without anybody actually noticing what is really happening now. So, the key point here is that people do not actually expect an intrusion. So all you have to do as an intruder is just to show people what they expect to see, and then you're good to go. Other notable points is that a lot of our customers are talking, we have hundreds of cameras, but cameras are mostly forensic tools, not detection tools. We managed, for instance, at one time to pass 1 hour to pick a lock right in front of of a camera without anybody ever disturbing us. Also, alarms are only as good as a security agent behind them. It is just like in the cyber world, if there is a notification raised and nobody cares, alarms are just exactly the same thing. Talking about the security agents. We already pay a security company to handle security, so we are safe. A few actual quotes from our assessments. First story. A small company, remote security contract. My colleagues tried to enter into the server room. What they do not know is that at 6 p.m. the alarm was automatically armed. So at 6 p.m. suddenly the alarm is just ringing everywhere, shouting. My colleagues are just gathering all their tools in a hurry, trying to go outside of the corridor, and they come face to face to the site manager, being on phone with the security company. And what did this manager said? Ah, yes, I see them. Don't intervene. I see them. They are normal people. Please define normal people when you have a bunch of people running out of your server room with pigs, under the door tools, and other fancy tools. Yeah, they are just here to repair internet, something like that. I guess, normal people. Another story, another place, this time on a large site. During the debrief after a successful intrusion, the site manager was astonished to not find any open alert. If not the cameras, presence detector, door opening sensors, at least the fact of using an emergency exit should have left a mark. He finally found the alert, but it was closed by the security guard with the following motives. Alert closed, nobody was there upon my arrival. Yeah, intruders are gone, the problem is gone. Let's just close the case, nobody will notice anyway. Again, another large site, the guard stumbled upon us during his round. Who are you? What are you doing here? So, as usual, we just dismiss the guard. We are from the corporate office, you are checking the door, and there we saw a door which is not properly locked. It is an abnormal situation, we'll have to report it. My colleague adding that it can even be dangerous, you know. So the guard exposes excuses and the explanation, and we are good to go. But the story does not end here. About 1 hour later, it was a very interesting site. We passed about 4 hours, I think, in their facility. But 1 hour later, we are in an even more hot place, even for legitimate employee, and we hear the guard approaching. It was its next round. And we decide to stand still and see what will happen. The guard had enough time to think about our story, check it, check our names, see that our names do not appear anywhere in the employees directory, and suddenly the guard pops out from the door. We are wondering what will happen, and the guard tells us, there you are. I raised your issue regarding the door, and so it will be fixed. I want to thank you for your work. You're doing a great job. Continue like that. We could have been really anybody. So, the thing to keep from this presentation is that to manage physical security, there is no need to reinvent the wheel. Just apply the same principle that you already apply for decades in cybersecurity. Don't assume that something or hope that something is just working. Just test it. And if you want to improve your security posture, just check, test, find your weak spot, solve them, then do a new test, find your new weak point, and so on. It's just a classical PDCA loop. So here it is for this presentation. I don't know if you have still some time for question, but well.
Thank you. So we have time for one question. Someone in the room? Yes?
Sorry, quick question about the, previously you said about the exit, like there was like 4 steps to go in. You can either go from the main entrance or the exit. Mm-hmm. But I suppose there's an alarm set because I've been just to a random bar and there's like a kind of alarm just in the exit. Yeah. So it's going to be kind of noisy, I suppose.
So yes, there is an alarm. It's noisy, but as an employee, indeed, as a legitimate employee, indeed, I know that I shouldn't have triggered this alarm, but I promise this won't happen again, But I'm very sorry. And yes, okay, but be sure not to do it again. Oh, sorry, I won't do it again. And you're good to go.
Okay, thanks again, Simon. So we'll switch to the next talk, which is given by Remy and Michael. And after that, we'll have a break in order to solve some technical issue. So we have advanced the break, and we shift the missing talk to the next session. Okay? I let the people arriving late to install slowly. In the room, still some place on the first row or on the side. And you should have 2 mics, one for Remy and one for Michael. It's okay?
Yes.
It's okay? Yes. Better this one. Okay, so we will talk about encryption and Laravel. So I let the floor for Michael and Remy.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay, do you hear us? Yeah? Okay, perfect. Okay, so I hope everybody is ready for a deep dive in Laravel's encryption and its security flaws. So, better this way. Nope. All right. Okay, anyways, so who are we? We are Remy and Mika. We are security experts at Synactive. Synactive is a company specialized in offensive security. We have a penetration testing team, reverse engineering team. We do trainings. We also have a response incident team and a development team. We are around 180 experts around France. And we have 5 offices in Paris, Lyon, Toulouse, Rennes, and Lille. So if you are a security enjoyer, let's work together. So that's what we will talk about. So first of all, we start with a quick introduction to Laravel, its encryption mechanism. We'll see why Laravel is exposed to unserialized attacks and how we can use it with an app key in order to exploit them. After that, we'll talk about vulnerability research we made on a big Laravel project in order to try to spot such patterns. We will see 3 vulnerabilities on big Laravel projects and see how we can exploit them with a newly developed tool we developed recently. And after that, we will have a quick analysis on the app key quality in publicly accessible Laravel application, see what previous attacks in the wild were on Laravel encryption, how to find valid app keys, and finally the overall results we came from. Okay, so let's start with what is Laravel anyways. So Laravel is a free open source PHP framework designed for web application development. It can be used for a ton of usage, for example, to do a CMS, an e-commerce, etc., etc. It's really a big PHP framework, one of the most popular ones, if it's not the main one. And Laravel application often handle critical data, such as for e-commerce, some customer data, etc., etc. And so they are especially an interesting target for attackers. Around the world at the moment, if we believe BuiltWith, which is a reference to see how many websites are exposed publicly, there are more than 1 million Laravel instances at the time we are speaking now. So now that you a little more know what Laravel is, let's talk about its encrypt usage. Laravel simplifies the encryption through the encrypt function itself. It's based on OpenSSL library. And basically, when you have a package with Laravel, it will often be made with Illuminate, which is in fact just a bundle that you will use in Laravel. This one is used by default. And so the Laravel Illuminate encryption package works as follows. It will be loaded by default. So as you can see there is a way to use it. We have the string hello world, and we use the function encrypt in order to encrypt the data. Encrypt works in complementary with the decrypt function, and it's loaded by default. So if you are using a Laravel project, you just need to type encrypt or decrypt, and you don't need to put a use statement in order to load it. So it's pretty useful and dangerous. We will see why just a little later. Often, Laravel encryption is used as an integrity validator. So user data will often be used with the encrypt and decrypt function from Laravel. So now that you know what these functions are, that's how it's actually made. You've got this following base64 data. It's in fact a JSON object. And as you can see there, it's based in fact in AES CBC 256. It's by default, so we'll only see what is made by default. First, you have the initialization vector, which is generated randomly each time you are asking for an encrypted data. There is a value which is ciphered with the IV plus the app key. And you have also a validation MAC in order to prevent padding oracle attacks, which this kind of encryption were weak to before a certain patch. And finally, you also have a tag, but this one is not really interesting since it's used in other AES modes such as GCM. So now that you know how the encryption works, let's talk about a little security flaw in Laravel itself. Laravel contains a lot of gadget chains which can be used in order to exploit unserialization attack. PHP-GDC is a tool which was created by Chartfall, which is maybe or not in this place right now. And it's used basically to craft unserialized payloads. So this tool also contains a complementary script which is called test-GDC compatibility. And as you can see, we can put some version of Laravel to see if they are vulnerable or not to gadget chains. And as you can see there, there is at least 8 gadget chains valid on the latest Laravel versions. And it's an issue because, as you will see on the next slide, Laravel does not patch the pop chains. They just keep them as they are. We asked them a few times to patch them. They won't. So don't work with unserialized on Laravel application. But you know anyways, Laravel core developers won't use unserialized, right? They won't use it on any function which is loaded everywhere. But as you can see on this little code, in fact, by default, when you decrypt data, Laravel encrypted data, they are in fact serialized data themselves. So basically, by default, you will work with serialized data. The value is ciphered with the app key from Laravel applications. And you know, basically that means that controlling database to decrypt plus getting your hands on the app key means you've got a remote command execution. So what is app key anyway? App key is the primary requirement to control decryption, as we saw. Without this key, we cannot attempt to exploit decrypt because there is a MAC validation, so we cannot really do some fancy things with the crypto itself. Laravel encryption is often used as an integrity check, which ensures the application data remains unchanged during storage and transport. So what that means is that Laravel tends a lot to give users some encrypted data. And so, as we will see, that's an issue. If you are looking for app key on GitHub or other locations, you need to have a look to inside 2 files. The first one is the current location of the app keys. It's inside the .om file. So there you just need to have your hand on. The second one, which is less new, was the previous location of app keys, which is inside config app.php. And as you can see, by default now, they are using, in fact, the .om variable in order to reach the app key. But you can still find some hard-coded app keys inside this file. And Laravel core developers also had a wonderful idea. It's the option app previous keys. You know, it's used in order to rotate your app key to make sure that, for example, if it leaked, that won't be a security issue. But however, app previous keys are used by default also inside your decrypt function. So even if you rotate your app key, if it leaked, you still are vulnerable to the decrypt flow we will discuss right now. So, security best practice. You need to store your .om in restricted directories. Don't lose, because that's an issue we saw a lot of time on other projects on GitHub or whatever. Avoid exposing your .om in version control systems, as I said. And also, if you rotate your app key, don't put it inside your app previous keys. Really, don't use it for security. From a security point of view, it doesn't work, as we saw. And so app key is foundational to data confidentiality within Laravel, so don't let your app key leak somewhere, you know. So let's talk about the attack surface. In the past, Laravel cookies were serialized data. So there were a pretty famous CVE during 2018 regarding data encryption inside your Laravel cookie. And so there are many ways to call decrypt. By default, your cookies are in fact ciphered with the app key, so you can try to brute force it. We will see that later. And anyways, the decrypt function can be used in other ways inside your cookies, your queues, or signed URLs, but they won't always embed some serialized data. And there is a blog post which details a lot better the attack surface, which was made by Timo Müller from Mogwai Labs during 2022. So it's still recent researches on it. So now let's talk about a tool we designed, which is called Laravel Crypto Killer. It's a tool we developed to manipulate / exploit this kind of vulnerability flow. There are 3 modes available. An encryption mode, which is used to mimic eliminate encryption encrypt function. a decrypt mode, which is the same but for the decrypt function, and finally a brute force mode, which will try to test several app keys in order to see if there are default ones used on your cipher data. So now that's the way the tool works. There will be a quick demo. All right, so basically I have this little controller which is called encrypt controller. As you can see there is an encrypt call in this way. There is also decrypt code, and so we will try to see how we can exploit this kind of things. Basically, you have two routes, one to encrypt, one to decrypt, and we will see how it works just right now. So we made a little Docker compose environment in order to reproduce a lab. So we just wait for it to load. We go to our favorite navigator. We wait a bit. As you can see, it's on a Laravel latest version, which is 11.14, and it's on one of the PHP latest version, 8.3. As you can see there, we will encrypt the data. So yeah, with some typos, of course, but anyways. As you can see, that's our encrypted data, basically a base64 encoded JSON object. Now we will use Laravel Crypto Killer in order to exploit our decrypt function. And yeah, you need some time to see the tool, etc., etc. So there we need two things. The first thing is the encrypted cipher and the app key. To read the app key, you need to read the .env file if you follow. So we copy this app key, we paste it, and yeah, there was a typo once more. So anyways, as you can see there, we just need to put it this way. As you see, the decryption works. We see hello world, so we know that the app key is correct, right? Now we need one more thing to finish our exploitation. We need a gadget chain, and to do so, we will use the tool PHP-GGC, which we discussed about earlier. We will put one of the numerous gadget chain with cipher back, and now we will pass it to decrypt. And voila, you've got a remote command execution to exploit a decrypt Laravel function. But you can say that that's something I made up. Nobody will make this kind of mistake on the wild, and everything is fine, right? Nobody will do that anyway. So now let's talk about our research on this type of pattern on big Laravel projects. So we searched about three main patterns. The first one was password with cookie serialization, which is basically a way to revive the vulnerability from 2018. Second one were some decrypt calls directly, which was the same pattern as the one we saw. And the last one is an option which is dangerous called session driver equals cookie. Basically, that means that you will serialize your current session inside your cookie because why not? So let's see the results. There are 3 CVEs, 2 are still remaining. There are not really identifiers on it, but they are patched anyway, so it will only take 1 or 2 more weeks. So the first one is on SnipeIT, which is 11K stars on GitHub, which one of the most Laravel used projects, and for some reason, they put back the option to cipher the XSRF cookie. And basically, they were still vulnerable to the vulnerability from 2018. The second project is Invoice Ninja, which had a pre-authenticated decrypt call, which is the same vulnerability we saw earlier. And the last one is Crater, and this one used to put your session inside your cookie directly. So now that we saw that, let's see how we can exploit them. After that, we will discuss the way to patch them. So yeah, the first one is on SnipeIT. This one is basically vulnerable to an old vulnerability from 2018 because they revived it by enabling the serialization of cookies inside the XSRF token. So we copy the cookie directly, which is Laravel encrypted. We will try the brute force option, this one. And so as you can see, there is also a default application key. So it's loaded inside Laravel Crypto Killer, so you don't have to know any keys to exploit this kind of vulnerability. As you can see, there is cipher data. So basically, decryption having the app key plus having the cookie, we are able to get ourselves a remote command execution pre-authenticated because it's inside the cookie. So yeah, once more, we will use PHPGC in order to put a gadget chain inside this cookie. We change our XSRF token. We are not connected, right? And there you have a pre-authenticated remote command execution on SnapIT. So yeah, anyways, you know, that was just lucky. Maybe not. And that's the patch for this kind of vulnerability. As you can see, they just removed the option to put serialized data inside your cookie. So now they are safe. You just need to upgrade to the latest version. Now let's see with Invoice Ninja. So this one was based on a basic decrypt function call that we will see just after that. Once more, we use Docker. As you can see, we have our beautiful Invoice Ninja authentication panel. So now we need an encrypted data in order to see if we have the app key, right? So that's pretty easy. We just need to use a cookie from Invoice Ninja because basically they are Laravel encrypted ciphers. We once more try to brute force it with Laravel Crypto Killer. As you can see, Invoice Ninja also have a default app key. So once more, that's the same kind of vulnerability, right? We've got the app key. We've got a call to a decrypt function, which we will see a bit later. We put another gadget chain. I don't know if you noticed, but it's not always the same one because, you know, why not? And they have a pre-authenticated route. As you can see, we put our encrypted data, and we once more have a pre-authenticated remote command execution. Well, that's 3 of 3. Let's talk about the way to patch it. So basically, when we told them, they silent patched it, so thank you for that, if some Invoice Ninja developers see that. They just commented the route because I think they don't really know why this route was there anyway, so yeah, why not? They just commented it, so yep. Let's see the last exploit. This one is a little more tricky because it's based on a Laravel session cookie, which is not the same as the latest cookie we saw. So there, I don't know why, but we could not manage to load the front end from Crater, but anyways, backend was there, so anyways. As you can see there, this little base64 string is in fact your Laravel session. It works this way. It's once more an encrypted Laravel data. So we use Laravel Crypto Killer with the brute force mode because, as you can guess, there is also a default app key on Crater applications. As you can see there is an option on Laravel Crypto Killer called Session Cookie, which can be used to exploit sessions stored inside the cookies. So anyways, as you can see, there is an encrypted session right there, which is in fact a serialized data. We've got ourselves the default app key from Crater, and once more, we are using PHPGC with another gadget chain to exploit it. This time, you need to put a MAC inside the exploitation because otherwise it won't work. There is more documentation on Laravel Crypto Killer on GitHub if you want more details why. But anyways, as we will see, it works. So yeah, once more, we cipher our data. We set our Laravel session and enter, and that's it. We've got once more a pre-authenticated remote command execution. And so we tried to say to Laravel core developers that, you know, app keys can leak, and they just, when we saw them, when we showed them that might be an issue, they just said, does the vulnerability require the attack to know the app key environment variable? Yeah, it does. But anyway, some people will just copy-paste them anyway, so that's still vulnerable to this kind of attack. And just the last word, from Crater, you need to go back to Invoice Shelf, which is a fork to it, because Crater is still vulnerable to this kind of pattern. So that's it for me. I now let Mika talk about the analysis we made on app key exposed publicly.
Thank you, Remy. Thank you, Remy. So yes, we are going to see the analysis of the app key quality in publicly accessible Laravel applications, so for facing the real world. So first of all, we start with perform attack during January 2024, but it's just an advisory from FBI. See all the malware made on the internet. So for the real world, the malware scanned the internet for Laravel application. So for identifying a specific Laravel. Upon finding a Laravel application, it checks for exposed DOMPurify file to steal credential and API keys, like Remy said. And sometimes it may also send a post request with a specific variable to trigger an error for aiming to identify a debug mode for a Laravel application. So this can expose also credential and API keys on Laravel application. So if it's successfully, you access the application key and attempt to exploit the no remote code execution in 5.2 version with a XSRF token cookies. So information out from the blog post of Stephen Carter is informative for you. Okay, so first of all, we can talk about the use for an attacker. So what can be the most interesting way to exploit this for being behind all these security measures? So for the first one is to use the legitimate data with serialized app key. So an attacker with no of app key can bypass security check by embedding a payload in serialized data because the data Laravel going to serialize and potentially executing malicious code. And like Remy demonstrate, we have a PHP object with gadget chain, like using PHP GGC, can trigger arbitrary command without being detected by WAF because it's being unserialized and behind WAF, the web server executing it. So we have also a second point is important, is the minimal logging in default configuration because deserialization and common execution may no leave trace in log like a standard post request from a typical web shell. So it's important for us. So what we see here in this advisory or Androghost is just a visible attack based on decrypt, but we have a lot more of application and vectors for an attacker for a sneaky attack based on decrypt. So in Synactive, we want to analyze this from actual public faceness of Laravel application. So our objective is to assess the robustness of app key values as we use it in publicly available Laravel application by identifying vulnerabilities in keys. There are 2 weeks common or finding in documentation. And by that, make a good word list of app key for offline brute force with our tools. So the first tactics is to exfiltrate serialized object without interacting with a web server and collecting a serialized object from exposed Laravel application. And the second one is prioritizing a common target, like with a default app key or common weak app keys or values or GitHub project. So we're going to start it. So first of all, for finding tokens, we're starting by exfiltrating all Laravel cipher objects foundable on the internet without interacting with web server. It's important to us. So we start by the most famous one, the leveraging with Shodan for discovery, because it indexes publicly exposed server information, including Laravel XSRF token and any other cookie. But what we want is an object from a Laravel application. And from some of this pattern, we can use this matching query with set cookie XSRF token. First one is interesting because you had a lot of results. Or the second one you can use is about the debug mode of Laravel, which is in PHP title, HTTP title, sorry. So for the result, we have around 700,000 results, which is interesting. We have to go into filter for having around 600,000 results. But you see all these applications facing with common web port, and for most of all, we have a cookie with token, the capabilities to extract it. So this is okay for extracting how tokens. Now we try to find app key in the wild. So for this time, we also not need to interact with the web server. So this most important part is all this application facing web as vulnerable to brute force attack with targeting app keys. So we try with very simple dork, like GitHub dork, for identifying base 64 encoded app keys. Google dork for identifying DOMPurify have been exposed and indexes for also app env or app key. And we can also get some relevant app key from bad secrets. It's a naughty repository for app keys, but it's not fully understandable for us because it's mostly focused on a Windows web server. You can also, if you are a smart person, grab DOMPurify from the web server facing internet like Shodan, but we don't do that here. We don't want to try to interact with the web server. Okay, and for this part especially, many DOMPurify are accessible across the web, so it's important to note how research is without interacting with the web server, but many environment configuration should remain private because DOMPurify still leak through Google and GitHub, sometimes due to accidental publication, but for most of all, it can be by default. And like Androgos do, you have a global scanning with word list attempting specifically to identify DOMPurify containing critical secret like app keys, like this following word list. Okay, what is finally the danger of default app keys? Because default app keys is in production environment, and when it makes application easy to target, because an attacker can leverage an encrypted cookie like XSRF token by reverse engineer the key, because sometimes the key is not a random string, gain access to sensitive data, because if we have the key, even if it's not an RC, I can access to sensitive data encrypted with it, and compromise the system for the most important part, like we discussed before. And that's why the purpose of Laravel Crypto Killer to use the brute force method. So with how to Laravel Crypto Killer, you can use it to brute force app key. So you can use it with option cipher file. So it can be used to select a Laravel cipher value. And the brute force can be multi-threaded for making sometimes for optimizing your decryption, but it's not a brute force tool, so it can be more optimized at this time. But you can use it for making thread for brute force it. So we try it with how sample. So with Laravel Crypto Killer, you have just few information to make. You put the brute force parameter, put your cipher file, and automatically we have put a word list folder with how research inside the tool for making the most common app keys we have found on the web. And in how token, here is around 600,000 token. We have around 10 hours to brute force all of them with how word list. So after many hours, what is the result of how brute force? So here is a classic sample of your result. So you have the value, we have a cipher, the cipher we have. Also, if it's serialized data or not, it's especially important if we want to compromise the application, and the common use and specific information about the brute force made. So for how offline brute force of XSRF token and serialized data with our custom word list, the result we just made 4 brute force in a few weeks with default configuration, 1 simple pattern, and just quick doc inside them. We have found a way to set keys cracked in 6,000 application and around 400 application with serialized data. So it's free RCE without any interaction with web server. So it's pretty cool. So every change here in occurrence, we have 3 patterns very important to discuss, because it's the most occurrence. We have the 3 bad practice we have in Laravel management of app keys. So the first one is typical of developer using application and deploying it with default configuration, because we have an invoicing application with base 64 keys in default documentation in GitHub, deploying mostly without knowing what is his purpose. The second one is an occurrence frequently used in a Bootstrap project. So it's a CSS framework used for many web applications, and is both deployed and fork in many projects. So that's why we have a lot of occurrence here. And the third one is bad practice of managing with app keys, is to use a non-random value with some random string of 32 char exactly, but in base 64 encoded. That is not satisfying because it can be retrieved very easily. And also, you have the default app key on older Laravel version with some random string, or the most recent one with some random string with 32 characters. So what is the IOC implication for that? Because here, a quick resume of what we found. So Laravel and XSF token cookies are publicly indexed on platform like Shodan, as we see. So this can be allowing a stealthy app key brute forcing without direct server interaction. And it's in common web port. So if exploitation we have, it's a lot more on a legitimate way. So with a valid app key, an attacker can exploit pre-authenticated decrypt code to compromise the server. So an offline attack is more stealthier than the type attack. So for resume of that, mitigation for Laravel is important to note. So when we want to use it, always generate strong and unique app key for all your projects with this specific command. Can irregularly audit application for weak and default app keys for applying a rotate strategy and being sure it's not deployed in many projects. Banish the usage of unserialized in any application based on Laravel for define less attack vectors, and use for manipulate string, encrypt and decrypt string instead of encrypt and decrypt is more secure for application. So, and 5N, the most important, restrict access to your .m5 for being sure is not indexed or retrievable by an attacker on the web. So for the conclusion, first one, we have made our research to analyze decrypt function and its flow, like Remy described in how few CV. The analysis of Laravel publicly exposed instance, token and key have been interesting because in a few weeks we find a way to interact and find a web server to compromise without integration with it. So it can be useful for more research. And it can be an opportunity risk on the wide for many attackers. So actually, mismanaged app key pose serious problem because proper security practice has not followed. So you need to use strong and unique app key in all your Laravel projects. Regular audits if you have any .m5 exposed application with default app key or common web default configuration, and avoid relying on default setting on your web server. So for the last, file read vulnerability will enhance the risk of future exploitation because if we have a file read on this part, it can leverage on more attack vectors by reading .m5 and app keys. And we can make also an improvement for Laravel crypto killer on the brute force part for large scaling, but also an option to give to you the capabilities to audit directly your Laravel application by retrieving XSF token from URL or list and directly brute force it. Also, the improvement for our word list, so to optimize open scrolling, because we have made this with pretty simple pattern, but we have a lot of more repository we can use for retrieving more app keys and secret, and to update word list for relevant brute force. And for the star, improvement for Laravel to deactivate using serialization by default, communicate about decrypt risk, and tailor, if you hear us, to patch PubChain. So thank you for your attention and download the how to Laravel Crypto Killer.
Thank you very much for the presentation. We have time for a few questions. Okay, I come.
1, 2.
No problem. Ask your question. Take your time.
Hello.
Hi.
I have a question about the range of the vulnerability. At how much do you estimate the range of the vulnerability? How many machines do you think actually run this CVE? Because we saw with the Shodan slides that we have over 600,000 exposed IPs, but how many of them are actually vulnerable? Thank you.
Okay, so let's go back a little. Yep. So there are two things to take in consideration there. So the first one, as you can see there, Invoice Ninja was one of the most vulnerable to AppKey leak, like 152 leaks on the, on publicly exposed instances. There might be other, but which won't be exposed directly. And as you can see there, we did not recrawled it, during this month, but at the time there were 400 pre-authenticated remote command execution in the wild, and you can add any other default app key we identified on the 3 projects we talked about, so you can add any of them. Now they are patched, but anyways, there might be also other servers with Laravel sessions embedding some serialized data. So that's for sure, at least 400 pre-authenticated remote command execution. But there might be a lot more, in fact, because we could not dig inside any Laravel project and see any project exposed publicly. So if you are doing bug bounty or this kind of thing, you really should have a look. That might be useful.
Okay, we have another question here.
Actually, it's related to what you just said. Is with Shodan, you have a way to identify. Laravel website on some bug bounty programs. You have a way to list some endpoints. So using this, you can scan website under vulnerability disclosure programs or bug bounty programs. Did you try finding vulnerabilities in websites covered by bug bounty programs and participate in some bug bounty programs with your tools? Did you try finding?
Did we try with bug bounty?
Yes.
Not at all. So it's all open for you if you like, folks. We just wanted to have a look at the expedition. So.
Okay. So next question? No? Okay. So I give the speak to Florent for few technical information for the organization, and this will end the first session of GreHack.
Okay, thank
you.
So, just a couple of information. We're going to make a half an hour break, and we will resume at 10:45 sharp. Please, if you enter, try to enter during the question and answer session, not during the presentation, and do not stay in either in the chair or just in the hall. Try to pack and do not leave too much empty space in between you in order to allow every participant, every attendees to come in and to sit. Okay, have a nice break. Enjoy your coffee, your tea, or whatever.
Appelle les speakers.
S'il y a besoin d'accélération, je peux sortir un truc.
Bah là non, là c'est juste maintenant pour avoir un diction, ça vaut pas le coup.
Ah ouais.
Moi c'est bon, on est ok.
Non mais combien
Il n'y
les...
a pas de retour pour l'instant, c'est blanc.
Alors il va le mettre, dès qu'on parle il va le mettre, ça c'est possible, et il le retoucher. Ouais. Je pense que tu l'as.
Tout va bien, ça va pas fait sauter.
Il manque juste le micro.
Oui, il manque Yassar, c'est pour ça que c'est...
Et Phil, on utilisera ce système sûrement pour la prochaine s'il y a besoin d'aide.
Ouais, je peux aider, enfin je peux donner le...
Ouais, oui, c'est ça.
Je lui mets sur la même session que Benoît, il prend...
Hello, hello.
Ouais. Mais ça, et...
Ouais, déjà Yassar de...
Tu l'as vu hier?
Je sais pas qui c'est, je sais pas à quoi il ressemble.
Je vais aller voir en bas s'il est passé.
Ok, ça marche. Je vais regarder s'il est rentré.
Attends, je vais poser ça.
Je t'envoie un message et...
Sinon, on fera un emballage directement.
J'ai pas... oui, mais...
Moi, il faut que je rappelle que tout le monde doit se tasser dedans. Personne ne bouge, personne ne rentre pendant les conférences.
Pendant les questions-réponses et installation du speaker.
C'est la première fois que je fais le talk dans cette commission. Du coup, je peux déborder un petit peu ou... Vu qu'il est 52, je peux déborder un petit peu Ah, à ce point-là? D'accord, donc on peut prendre notre temps alors.
Non mais je suis le maître du temps, par contre je te ferai ici.
Ça va, ça va. Oui, il faut que vous me poussez, il ne faut pas hésiter. Merde.
Okay, everyone, are you ready? So, just a reminder, try to fill the room as much as possible so that no one stays up. Everyone is seated. And don't go out of the room until the end of the talk. So, let me introduce you, Philippe Towen, who will talk about the static encrypted nonce variant of the MIFARE Classic RFID cards. It's up to you.
Okay, thank you.
Mince. J'ai oublié de dire qu'il fallait applaudir.
I'll probably go a bit faster than foreseen because we had some video setup issues, so we started a bit late, but that's fine. So, who knows about MIFARE Classic here? Yeah, many people, and you probably all know that MIFARE Classic is already broken since a while, right? Well, it was through until like 2020 where a new card came that could resist all known attacks on the card side only, and I'll explain that a little bit. But don't worry, after this talk, everything will go back to normal, everything will be broken again, and we can go home. So, what to expect from this talk. Not too much technical details. Actually, there is a 47-page paper available online. If you want gory details, just go there. Here, it will be just a little overview of the work that I did in the past month as research. But I can discuss with you during the pause or tonight with a beer with much pleasure. So yeah, it sounds a bit weird to talk about breaking MIFARE Classic in 2024. And I'll explain a bit. First, if you don't know about MIFARE Classic, what is it? It's just a memory card where you can store your own data, like on these areas. And the memory is structured in sectors, and each sector is divided in 4 blocks. And the last block contains some special stuff, because actually you can define some access control to say, yeah, you can read or write this data with this or that key. And the keys are stored here and there at the end of each sector. So behind that, there is some, of course, crypto. So there is some encryption of the communication, which is done, and there is also, of course, a first protocol to agree on a common key between the reader and the tag. So I will not explain the crypto part itself for the ciphering side, but the protocol, I have to discuss a bit about it, because all the attacks we will talk about, they're all related to the protocol, which is the very first phase when you try to talk to a tag. So how does it work? Basically, each tag has its own unique ID. The reader says, okay, I want to authenticate to block A or block B, with the key A or the key B on a given block. The tag, it takes nonce, it's just a random number. It sends the random number to the reader does something with the random number, it generates its own random number, it sends everything encrypted to the tag, and the tag will check that it can compute itself the same derived value as the reader. That means they use the same key. And then it will also compute something derived on this nonce, send it back to the reader, and the reader will do the same exercise, check that it can reconstruct the same value as the tag. If both see that they can reconstruct the same value as the other one, that means they know that the other side knows the same key and everything is fine, we can go on and we can communicate. There is a second variant of the protocol, which is called the nested authentication protocol. Is when you already authenticated to one sector and you want to move to another sector. There, you don't start from scratch. You are already in a session where you have encrypted communication, so you can start from there. And the command to jump to another block here, is encrypted with the current session, of course. Then you have exactly the same structure with this little difference, which is useful for some of the attack, is that the nonce generated by the attack is also encrypted, but it's encrypted with the new key, the key of the sector where you want to go. So you can imagine that as an attacker, you are the reader, and by sending, you know already a first key, so you talk to the attack with a first sector, and you want to jump to another sector, and suddenly you can obtain something encrypted with the key you want to break. So from the moment you can get some data like that from the tag, maybe there are some attacks that are feasible. So timeline, so the MIFARE Classic is super old. I think the very first version were like in '94. Then Philips also made some license about using MIFARE Classic technology to typically Infineon. So Infineon came with their own tag as well. Then you have the Chinese who started to make their own clones. There we talk about clone because, well, they are not licensed by NXP, and typically they are reusing some UID from the other manufacturers, Infineon or NXP. And I think the first one is around 2004. At least I found the version 1 of the datasheet of that chip by that date. Then around 2007-2009, everything started to fall apart. it first started with some reverse engineering, hardware reverse engineering, because nobody knew how MIFARE Classic Crypto one was working. So the first exercise was to do some decapping of the chip, a microscope, look at the gates, and reconstruct the whole crypto. That was published in the CCC in 2007. And from there, many cryptographers looked at it and found many vulnerabilities. So first paper was dismantling MIFARE Classic to highlight some of the vulnerabilities and to show you how robust is this crypto one if you are in a position to intercept, to eavesdrop on the communication between the legit reader and the legit tag, you immediately find the key. As easy as that. So you see, not very robust. You can play even a more funny game. You don't have the tag. So it's your own tag here. You don't have the keys. You don't have the legit tag. You go to the reader. You try to authenticate. Of course, it fails. Yeah, you don't know the key. But just by looking twice at the request from the reader, you can break the key as well. Écran noir. Ah. Someone running. It's a good sign. Ah, it's back. With some message. Ah, I think that's his PC, which is locking automatically after a while, something like that. You don't have my sharing anymore? I'm still sharing normally. I can restart my sharing if it helps. Stop sharing, up. C'est bon? You saw the screen? But not anymore. Okay, I restart the screen. Yeah, the setup here is very strange. Up, let's try again here. Yeah, works again? What does it say? I can't read. Okay, let's continue without slides. Then there was another attack, which from another paper, and that attack is called basically Dark Side. The title of the paper is much longer, but basically it's Dark Side. We'll see when, if, yes, maybe, yes, okay, good. Actually, so we have already vulnerabilities in the crypto itself, but we've also vulnerabilities in the implementation which is made in the cards. And a few issues were like, what is supposed to be a random nonce, in some condition you can make it repeatable. And also, normally, if the reader sends a message that the tag doesn't understand, the tag is not supposed to answer, but in some conditions, sometimes it's still replied with a non-acknowledgement, NAC. And that little info is still enough that if you try a few times, so 7 times where you get the NAC, but you get the NAC only once in a while, so it takes quite a while, but you can recover the key by that way. So just by talking to a tag, you don't need to talk to the reader anymore, just to the tag, so like someone in the metro you pass by, you could break a first key, but it's still pretty slow. So there is another attack which is interesting, which is described in this next paper, wireless pickpocketing. And there the thing is that we use the nested authentication. So we need the first key, that's why the first attack is useful. And then you jump from a sector to another sector, and there are some other properties of the implementation there that makes that just by trying a couple of times, 2-3 times, you can break the key as well. So the nested authentication attack is pretty fast. So I said it was the end by the time. Well, not really, because the manufacturer tried to fix at least the implementation vulnerabilities. The protocol vulnerabilities, you cannot change them unless you break the protocol and it's not compatible anymore. So they came with the MIFARE Plus, where they wanted to actually the market to migrate out of MIFARE Classic already at that time. And today we have still MIFARE Classic everywhere. But yeah, because it costs a lot to migrate your infrastructure, change all your readers, and people were like, okay, MIFARE Classic, not very robust, but I can live with that. It's cheaper for me than replacing everything. So 2014, the manufacturer made still a real MIFARE Classic, But if you want that, at least fix also the mutation issue. So fixing, what does it mean, fixing? It means that first your NT, but your nonce, make it real random. And of course, when the reader doesn't know the key and told to the tag, don't reply anything. If there is no answer, there is nothing you can work on. So the dark side attack is not possible anymore. And the nested attack is also not possible anymore because here we are just getting something truly random. What can you do with that? But 2015, there was yet another attack on these what's called hardened cards, and that became the hard nested attack. That's leveraging something that is explained so far, is that on top of the protocol, there is also some parity bits. That's something quite usual in communication. You want to make sure there is no error in the transmission, so you add some parity bits. But here they did it in a strange way, because they add the parity bit on the clear text, and then they encrypt it, and they encrypt it by reusing part of the key stream, which is used to encrypt the normal communication. And reusing bits in a stream cipher, it's a big mistake. It's like a one-time pad. One-time pad, one time means one time. Don't use twice your key stream. So you can still get very few information here, because actually you get like 3 parity bits per request. But by making many requests and some stats, BIM, you can break the key again. The attack is pretty slow, take a few minutes, but at least these cards are broken again. And then came somewhere in 2022, a lot of discussion on the Discord that we use for our RFID hacking about the type of attack that was resisting all known card-only attack. So no dark side, no nested, no dark nested, nothing worked. You could not break that card alone. Of course, if you sniff it when it talks to a reader, you can break, because that's a protocol part which is weak. But going to someone's pocket and trying to steal the card was not possible on this card at all. Actually, that's what's dubbed like this static encrypted nonce, and I will show you why. But actually, we found out later that it's the Fudan with this reference, which is the same reference as before, Fudan like this one, but with an extra S for secure. And the first occurrences, I think, are around 2020. And we find them everywhere nowadays. I have a few cards here just on my own experience that are hotel cards from India, US, Paris, even festival tags, because they are very cheap. And the legit manufacturer, they don't really care much about MIFARE Classic. They would like everybody to move out of it. But the Chinese manufacturer is still invading the market with very cheap tags. So big consumers like festivals, hotels, where they have to buy many, they just buy the cheapest and work with that. And if they know that it's more secure than the previous one, well, they're happy with that. So what did they change? Well, of course, like the previous one, don't send NAC. But for the nonce, to avoid the previous attack that I explained, they don't make it truly random, they make it actually static, that they never change. Because we saw that we need, at least even for nested, like two, three different nonce. If you repeat the exact same request to the same block and the same key, if you get exactly the same nonce, it's useless. And you can try as many times as you want, you don't get more information, it's static, you always get the same. So the community looked a bit what were the characteristics of this static nonce, and they found that it depends actually on the card, so it's different on each card. It depends also on the sector you're trying, so even if the same key is configured on different sectors, there you get different keys. And it depends on the key. So if you change the key on the card, it will also change the static encrypted nonce that you see. So how could we break this situation? We need more nonces. We have only one nonce, so that doesn't work. Well, it's written here. There is some condition where you may have the same key that you want to break, but different nonces. And for that, you just need to look at the different sectors. So if the same key is used in different sectors, or if the same key is used across different cards, you may do something. So we assume that the key is reused across several sectors, for example. And that's what I call the reuse key nested attack. There, we just use our usual nested attack, but this time, we look for different sectors from different blocks, and then we can collect different nonces, which normally we hope relate to the same key if the same key is reused. And it works. So we get the first attack on this type of cards, but it's pretty limited because you need to have a key which is reused across several sectors. Then I tried what I call lightweight fuzzing. Actually, I wanted to get more nonces from the same sector. So I just wanted to see if with some other different conditions, I could get different nonces. So I tried different things. And actually, the command, authentication command, to start authenticating to a sector, it's like 60 plus the block number or 61 plus the block number, depending which key you want to use. And I found out that actually there are other non-documented commands like 62.8a, which also reply with the same nonce, and I can also authenticate with key A. But still, it's the same nonce. So I found other commands, but just same nonce. Same thing for key B. But then the strange thing is that for some other numbers, I get a totally different encrypted nonce, and I cannot authenticate with the key A or the key B. So yeah, it looks a bit like there is another key over there. How to know? Well, let's assume that that key is reused across different sectors because we have a brand new attack, which is called the reuse key nested attack. So yeah, let's try that one. And we try, and we authenticate with this undocumented authentication command, and we try on different sectors. First sector, second sector, third sector. And yeah, it works. I found the key. And I found that key. That works across these 3 sectors. Then, of course, I try the same key on the other sectors of the card, and it works for all the sectors of the card. Then I take the next tag, and actually, that key works on all the tags. That looks like, yeah, what we can call a hardware backdoor there. Yeah. So I can try to do a little demo with that. I need my hands. So if I do that, you see the screen there. And here I can probably go on the Proxmark. Yeah, and here I will do a first demo. So what can we do with the backdoor? We can read the tag pretty fast, because actually we don't even need to re-authenticate to different sectors. We authenticate to any sector with the backdoor, and then boom, we can read all the data at once. So let's see how fast it is. So here, it's polling for a card. I have a nice GreHack card here, and I will just put it on my reader. Sorry, the wrong reader. That's the reader I'm looking for. And let's see how fast. Done. Yeah, thanks. That was an easy one. And then that opened new doors, because previously we never had the case where we could access the data before the key. We always had to crack some keys, and then with the key we could get the data. But now we get the data first, and actually, yeah, sorry, maybe it was a bit fast there. You see the data, but you see there are actually no keys there. You see like here. No, it's a bit slow. But you see all the yellow stuff. You don't know the key yet. You just get the data. So what can we do with that? We can still probably do some funny attacks. Like if the data is encrypted but unrelated with the keys of the card, we can just reuse the data, put it on another card, and maybe that's just already enough to bypass some systems. It depends a bit how the system is using it. But we can also do something more funny. We go back to the attack, reader-only attack. We go to the reader, we don't have the tag, we pretend to be the tag, and we recover a key. Previously, it was used just to get a key, and then you had to go back to the tag. But now we've already the data. So we can just crack the key that the reader wants to try, and then when the reader wants to read some data, we have the data. So we can just return the data immediately. That part, I think I can also try to demonstrate. So now it's demo 2A. So first step is that I need to dump the data of that card. But we saw it was pretty fast. So let's do it like that. Up. It's done in 200. Oh, sorry, I'm not sharing my screen. Up. Yeah. So I run that command, and you see that in a fraction of seconds, I can dump the tag. So once I have the tag, I can emulate the tag. I don't know the key yet, but I can pretend, emulate, and talk to a reader. I need a reader. Where is my other screen? I think that's this one. I will go show it to you in a moment. So here, up, second screen, at the bottom, I will put it there. So now, this reader will try to read my emulation of the tag. I put them one on the one. And I try to authenticate, you see, to the first block with a given key. And it fails, because I don't know the key yet. I try again. It fails. But we saw that with 2 attempts, we can crack the key. So you saw something moving on the other screen, that it says, oh, the reader tries to authenticate with that key. OK, let's reconfigure with the correct key. So now I try a 3rd time, and now it works. Still, OK, it would be nice to still crack the keys on the card alone, so that we can do a more classical way, a clone of a card. So, OK, what can we do there? So you remember the nonces that we get on these extra commands. Now, if you know the key, you can decrypt the nonce. So this is the plain text noun that I show here. And actually, when you use the backdoor key, and you decrypt the nonce that you got in that situation, they are the same. So like, you see, key A, you got that nonce, and with the backdoor key, you got the same nonce. So now we can think about an attack where I know the backdoor, so I can use that key, I can decrypt the nonce, and now I can try to attack the key A, and I already know the clear nonce. So how that works, I authenticate with the backdoor, I get NT, I try to authenticate with the key A that I don't know, I get an unencrypted nonce, but the clear nonce and the encrypted nonce, I can XOR them. It gives me 32 bits of key stream. The key is 48 bits, so I'm just missing 16 bits over there. So it's just a few candidates, and I can just try all the candidates and break the key. So now we have an attack where we can break any key of the card, and we don't need anymore the assumption that the key is reused across a few sectors, because we have already a key which is used across sectors. That's the backdoor key. We can do also another funny thing. Back to the demo I showed you. There, the reader was doing a first authentication and then tried to read the data. But now we can also support nested authentication in that case, which is something that was never possible before. That means talking only to the reader without having the legit card, and supporting nested authentication from the reader was just impossible. But now it's possible, because now I have the clear NT and I have the encrypted NT. So I can collect them up front to the tag, and then when I talk to the reader, I can reuse the same encrypted nonce that I captured, and I know the clear nonce. So just with the answer from the reader, I can immediately break the key. And when the reader asks to read some data, Say, yeah, sure. We have already all the data. So now we have an attack where we have to scan one card for 1 second, and then we go to the reader, and we break the keys on the fly, depending on what the reader tries to access. And we give the data immediately, whatever the reader wants to do. Still, I wanted to improve a bit, again, the card-only part of the attack. So, can we accelerate a few things? And I tried to understand how the nonce, which was static, but depending on the key, was actually being dependent on the key. And I found a strange relationship, which is a bit complex to explain, but let's say that if I know the nonce, if I know a first key and the nonce related to the key, and you want to move to another key, I can predict what will be the nonce. And with that relationship, it can already accelerate some of the attack, because when I have key candidates for different keys, if I know that this relationship holds, and it holds, for example, if keys are reused across sector, or if key A and key B are on the same sector, but they are different, they have to hold that relationship. So basically, I have a factor 6 of optimization now on this type of attack. So we've put everything in a single script to demonstrate the attacks. And if I take again, like for example, my GreHack tag, and I go there, I don't need that window anymore. If I can, oh, that's with the lag, it's super hard to, I think I can just kill that window. I don't need it anymore. Okay, I hope that's the right one. So here I stop my emulation, and I will try my recovering script. Yeah, that's this one. And there it will implement the different attacks we talk about to crack the card-only side. It takes about 1 second to get the data. It takes about 20 seconds to crunch the data and prepare some dictionaries of key candidates. And here, in this case, I configure the attack in such a way that actually some of the keys are reused across sectors, which accelerate the attack. So you see here, it went very fast. They all look random, but actually each key, some of the keys are reused twice. That's why it's fast. If I now try with another key, another tag which has completely random keys, we will see that after like 20 seconds, that it will take 15 minutes on average to crack the whole card, which is pretty slow. So I will interrupt the demo as soon as it shows me that. Okay, so now you see still about 15 minutes to run. No, okay, too long for us. But we can have still another funny attack where it goes faster. Is what I call the lightweight, light fast supply chain attack. Supply chain attack. Why? Because we saw there is this relationship that once you know a key, like key A, you can break key B. But it's also true for the same key A if the key A is changed. So imagine supply chain, all the keys are default on the card at first. I'm the vendor. So I can capture all the nonce from the card, keep them. I sell you the card. You configure the card with all the keys you want. They can be all different, doesn't matter. Then I can try to crack your key with the nonce that already acquired with the default key. So how does it look? I go back here. I reuse the same command, but this time I say supply chain. Okay, that's the correct tag. So again, it takes these 20 seconds to pre-compute all the dictionaries. That's a bit slow part of the demo. But once this part is done, with all the nonces that we collected, we will be very fast. And I will show you what was collected also as soon as the attack is finished. Okay, boom. And now all the keys are different. And the 32 keys were cracked in what? 30 seconds. And actually, the file itself looks like that. That's all the data that I needed to collect as a supplier to keep enough information to be able to crack the card in 30 seconds, no matter what the content is. Up, we go back there. And then the story didn't end there, because that's about this secure card. But when I found the backdoor on the secure card, I said, oh, who knows, let's look at the older cards. And then older card has also the backdoor, actually. It's vulnerable to the older attack, so it's less important, but still, mentally, it's a bit strange to think that not only the very last tags, but also the tags from like since 2004 have also a backdoor with a different key. So the key there was cracked with just a regular nested attack. And then that's another variant with yet another key. Then the community started to poke around their own card, and they reported their findings. So for example, here, this is the, oh, there is an S missing there. This is a secure version, but on a 7-byte UID long. Again, the key that we saw previously. These are CPU cards that can emulate MIFARE Classic. All FM is all from Fudan, by the way. The last one, you don't find it in the paper yet, because actually it was found last week. Someone found an interesting one, that's a secure version, but with the key of the unsecure one. So at some point, they released a more secure card, but still reusing the key that could be broken very easily on the previous generation, which is a bit strange. But then we don't stop there. If we look to the legit cards, so the cards that were made at the time by Philips and Infineon, they have also the backdoor. And they have the backdoor with the same key as the Fudan one. So we had the Fudan here, and here all these cards, which are here from NXP, here from Infineon, they all share the same key. I don't have answers. If you want to go further, so there is this length paper, and every time I give the presentation, I have to update the number of pages. Now we have version 1.2 that was released last week, and there you will find all possible information you want. Also open questions, because it's so new and it opens so much things to poke around, and I poked quite a lot, but there are still some open questions. Everything is there, so the community can continue its research. And it's not just the paper, it's also implementation of Proxmark. Everything I showed you, the demos I showed you on the Proxmark, they are implemented on Proxmark. So I've added, I think, I'm not sure about the count, something like 7 new commands, tools, scripts. I also updated the previous existing commands to support the backdoor key besides the key A and key B. And by the way, a big shout out to Iceman for the support of the Proxmark. Proxmark is very old, and he never stopped working on improving the things on the Proxmark. You see here the timeline is a 10 years timeline. That's Iceman, that he posted that a month ago. You see 10,000 commits in 10 years. That's 3 commits a day in average. So yeah, big thanks to him. Now there is a new toy around since a couple of years, the Flipper Zero. So be reassured, if you have only a Flipper Zero and not a Proxmark, you can still play with things, thanks to Nathan I, because he put a lot of effort to integrate all known attacks, including these new attacks, into the Flipper Zero. And it was merged. It took quite a while, but finally it's merged also in the official firmware like 2 weeks ago. And of course, if you want to dig more, all the community is on the same Discord server, so I invite you to join and have discussions there. There is no single day or single week where someone comes with these new findings there, and we're helping them. And yeah, it's a great place to go if you're interested in the topic. Well, conclusion, I have only a technical conclusion. Okay, we got a card that we thought would secure. It's not that secure. It's even worse. And then we found, I can recap what was found, but you get the idea. I don't have political conclusions. There, I'll leave it up to you. Myself, I cannot make proper scenario or why things are like they are today. Who put that where, for what reason? And even like if it's for operative work to facilitate an attack on the field, it's not very convenient because the backdoor can read the data but not the key. Why not the key? I mean, if you want to have a backdoor to very easily clone the tag, just let the key be readable as well. It's not also for debug purpose. I mean, you can only read the user data. That's not debug. There is no engineering reason for debug for that. So, yeah, I think I'm done. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Philip. It was really interesting. Do anyone in the audience have questions? Oh, yeah.
Il n'y a que mon PC qui marche. D'accord. Mais pour le suivant.
Thank you for the great talk, Philip.
Mais moi, je peux me débrancher quand même. T'as encore besoin de moi? Mais pourquoi faire? Si lui, il se tape une visio, on est là. Le suivant, on va passer au-delà. On va tout changer pour le moment. Bon.
Philip?
Okay.
Phil, question.
Yeah.
Yes, sure. Where?
On the...
Yeah.
Thank you for the talk. So the key is 48-bit. You have a nonce which stays the same. How long it would take to brute force offline the key?
The key is 48 bits. The nonce is actually 32 bits. And the nonce, like on this on all the cards except the hardened card, it's actually 32 bits that come from a 16-bit LFSR. So actually, when you know half of the nonce, you can predict the other half. So things are a bit complex depending on the situation there. So how long you saw for the different attacks? The dark side, it takes, I don't know, a couple of minutes for one key. Nested is super fast. Hard nested is like 1 or 2 minutes again per key. And then for the attacks I showed.
I just meant like offline pure brute force.
Well,
like
offline pure brute force is not doable because it's just 48 bits to break. That's too much. You cannot just do an offline attack in a lifetime.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, it seems we have a question on Discord. Have you tried contacting the Chinese food manufacturer for responsive disclosure or just fun and no profit?
We contact vendors when we find bugs. Here we thought it would be more important to inform the public about the vendor acts. So no, we didn't talk to the Chinese.
Okay. Another question.
Thank you for that conferences. You speak about 15-minute break all the sector on the max time. This is for the computing power of the Proxmark, or you can like use a more powerful computer with the Proxmark to like lower the time of the attack.
Here you saw the longest part of the. There are two. In ideal cases, when like a key is repeated or the supply chain things, the Proxmark is just working 1 second to get the data. Then the 20 seconds are actually running on my computer with everything is offload over there. But I have also the same attack on my phone, just my phone and the Bluetooth, the Proxmark over Bluetooth. I can just do the same, but it's about the same time. When you have still a handful of keys that you have to try online on the tag, then you have to use again the Proxmark, but it's not the power resource of Proxmark which is the problem, is that just you have a few thousand keys to try, and you have to talk to the tag, and that takes time,
Okay.
and that time you cannot also avoid it much.
So it's like the time to speak to the card and not with the computing power.
Yeah, so we are not limited by the power of the Proxmark.
Thank you.
On the Flipper, we are limited because the Flipper doesn't offload that work for now, and the Flipper 0 is faster than Proxmark, but slower than my PC. So there it takes quite a lot of time. Normally, there will be at some point a new version of the Flipper with a more powerful processor, and there again, normally it should be faster.
Okay. Thank you.
No more questions? Okay, then let's applaud Philippe for his wonderful work.
Il faut le mettre là-dessus. On va demander Phil.
On le fera après. Encore que là, c'est conclusion, il faut se mettre. Moi, je vais demander à Phil.
Demande à Phil, moi je pense que je... Il est pas là. Can you put share your screen? Stop sharing it. Tu peux arrêter de partager et pas fermer la visio si tu sais faire.
Oui, enfin la visio, je peux. J'ai pas besoin d'être dedans.
Ok, si je savais pas, c'est pour ça que je voulais pas que tu touches à quoi que ce soit. C'était ça ma crainte.
En principe, t'as pas.
Ça a l'air de marcher.
Voilà, tout le monde a cette setup qui marche, je voulais pas faire rien casser, c'est pour ça que je t'ai dit ne touche à rien. Et c'est Balage qui va présenter.
Et je peux.
Mais tu veux
Voilà,
dire
j'appelle
ça?
À la fin, avant d'aller manger, que les speakers d'après-midi viennent et essayer de mettre sur des clés USB, ils viennent nous voir.
Espérons qu'ils sont dans la salle. Ok.
Non, ça s'enchaînera. Ça va, ok, ben alors je me branche un peu sur le côté pour lui. Ouais, parfait.
Merci.
You have an infinity loop? No, it's okay.
Tout bon. Ça marche bien?
Non, c'est celui-là.
Tell me when you're ready. Ok.
Ça marche. Non, ça marche pas. Balage, doesn't work. Don't share the screen. There is a big monetization screen. Yeah, of course.
Ici pour l'instant. On est sur les slides. Alors je vais l'aider à se mettre d'abord.
Mais les slides de Yassar, si ça marche pas, mais Yassar.
On the browser.
Can you put the slide or the USB key on your laptop?
But that is for the next one.
Yeah, but if it doesn't work, it goes for this one. Because I don't know if I cannot share the screen.
So you saw where to share? It says it's sharing. Or maybe restart the sharing because I was sharing and I stopped my sharing. So maybe, yeah.
It's not working.
from each of them, and also we could download it from the Cisco website, the stock one. They use the same firmware, and these are just 3 devices, but we are talking about device families, so it's more than 3 devices that are using the same firmware. And what does that mean? Basically, they share all the vulnerabilities that are in that firmware, right? So before I started to do the research, I knew that we are talking about Cisco. That's a huge company. They have quite a few employees, including security teams. So I was thinking they have a really strong security focused mindset. I'm not sure that's true. These devices are really widespread. More than 10 million of these devices were sold. You might have seen this everywhere, and that's where the generational gap comes in. When I started to do when I started to work in different offices, we had all these devices all over the place. When I started to do consultancy and I went to the biggest financial institutions in London, for example, they had these devices all over, and they still have these devices or really similar devices. These are fairly or very well-known devices. So my assumption was, when I started to do this research, that I'm not going to be able to find anything because these are very well-tested devices. So just a few pictures. This is the 8861. You might have seen this around. A nice color screen. This is the other one, 7841. There is one on the table there as well. And the last one. So these were the ones that we had in scope. So please hands up if you've seen these devices before. Okay, I'm not that old. That's reassuring. Thank you for that. And fun fact, do you know this guy by any chance? He's leaving office. But that 2 phones next to him, those are the 8851, which was in scope for this test, right? So these are obviously not the same phone, not exactly the same phone. They modified a little bit, but the hardware more or less should be the same, and the firmware maybe. So we had 10 days to do this test. In 10 days, I managed to find 3 different CVEs and more issues than that, actually. These were sent to Cisco, they fixed it, and they released a new firmware. The first bug that I would like to talk about, it's an information leak. Basically, if you go on the GUI of this device or of these devices, and you go under /log/messages, you get the var log messages in full. So everything that is logged on the device, you can get it unauthenticated, which matters. Maybe, well, I think they think it's a feature, but actually this is a bug because you can get so much information out of the device, it's unbelievable, including stack dumps and so on. Stack traces, sorry, and so on. The second bug that I found, was a denial of service. It's basically a buffer overflow. I couldn't really figure out how to exploit it because of lack of information and time. But basically, it's unauthenticated. What you can do with it if you invoke it, if you use the proof of concept that I created, or you write your own, you can crash the software. You can crash the process. If you crash it 3-4 times, the device is going to realize that, and it's going to restart. It restarts the device itself, right? So you can cause denial of service really easily. You just send the same payload forever, every second or whatever, and it's going to the device is going to get into a loop which reboots itself every time when it rebooted itself. It just starts the process again. The second buffer overflow that I found, unfortunately, this wasn't a stack overflow, so it couldn't be exploited in a traditional way. It was a BSS buffer overflow, so you could overwrite initialized and uninitialized data. You might be able to exploit it in a different way or for different reasons, but I couldn't get a shell. It's not an easy one. Obviously, this is unauthenticated as well, like everything that I talked about so far. And for this to work, you need to have the XML service enabled. If the device is set up by default, if you have a device that is set up with the default settings, you can just go on the GUI and you can enable it yourself. You don't need anything for that, but otherwise it's unauthenticated. And the most interesting thing, and I think this is the gist of the presentation, is the firmware, the device has 3 different API endpoints, let's say. With the first one, you can start TCP dump on the device. The second one lets you stop the TCP dump on the device. And with the third one, you can download the PCAP. So just think about it. This is a VoIP phone, right? What do you use a VoIP phone for? For phone calls. So what can you do with this? And I want to do a demo for you. It's a bit laggy, and you can't really see really well. I just started capturing on the right-hand side that you can't really see. But it's ringing. Can somebody pick it up, please? Anybody?
I'll get it. Sorry for the phone.
Still working. Oh, wait for a second. Right now? Can you hear me?
No, I cannot.
No, you push the button. Let me call you back. Hello, can you hear me?
Oh, I can hear you.
Yeah, can I tell you a joke?
Yes.
It's about UDP. You wouldn't get it. That was it. Thank you.
You're good.
So I stopped the capturing, and if everything goes well, I can download the PCAP. And that PCAP shows up here, which you can open in Wireshark. Telephony, VoIP calls, and we have 2 calls here. We don't care about the first one because that was a mistake. But here, you can see it, right? So let's listen to it. Hello. Yeah, can I tell you a joke? About UDP, you wouldn't. Hello, can you hear me?
Oh, I can hear you.
Yeah, can I tell you a joke?
Yes.
It's about UDP, you wouldn't get it. Thank you for that. Sorry about the quality again. I'm not sure if you can read it, but the point is that I had this mindset when I started to do this research on this device that I'm not going to find anything because it's a huge IT giant. Well, I was wrong about that. I shouldn't have doubted myself. So if you do any kind of research, you should go into that research with a clear mindset. You shouldn't care about anything, whether it was tested before or not. And the other one that, well, you shouldn't set up any boundaries. I did set up a few boundaries for myself, imaginary boundaries. I shouldn't have done that. But the lessons that I learned, other than this, that even if it's a Cisco device, even if it's a huge IT giant, it can have any kind of IT security vulnerabilities. So just go for it. And these were really trivial. You can see it. First of all, I found them in 10 days, and it was a black box test. Secondly, these are really trivial to exploit. So the impact, that's really interesting as well. Millions of these devices were sold. Those are all around different offices, different buildings, even in the White House, as you can see. There is no over-the-air updates or auto updates anyways. So if you want to update the device, you need to do it manually or remotely on the network if you're an administrator, but that involves a lot of work as well. So it's not that easy. The patch firmware was already released on the 1st of May of this year, which is great. And to be fair, I believe there is a lot of other issues with the device. So it's really great that they fixed the issues, but there might be others. So I'm here to raise these questions. I'm not here to answer them. But basically, I think it's a really interesting question that, do you really think that I'm the first one who discovered these issues? Because it's really unlikely, isn't it? Secondly, if the White House uses these devices, do you really think that NSA doesn't know about these vulnerabilities? And if they know about these vulnerabilities, why are these in the firmware? Or do they use different firmware for the White House and different firmware for everybody else? And just in general, what's the state of IT security in embedded devices? If this is the state, that's quite terrible. So that was my 15 minutes. Probably it's a little bit more than that. Thank you for that. And sorry about the technical issues.
Thank you, Belash. Is there any question? Yeah.
You said there were 3 endpoints, one for stopping the TCP dump, and downloading the PCAP. Is that expected endpoints for a phone, or do you think they put it there for something else?
Sorry, I did not let you finish there. Yeah, these 3 endpoints that you mentioned, and I mentioned it in the presentation, these are completely open, unauthenticated, and expected ones. So if you log in, you can use them. But the unexpected part is that it shouldn't be available for unauthenticated users, obviously. And also, it's a little bit dodgy to have these features on a device like this. Why do you want TCP dump on the device anyways?
Yes, okay. Thank you.
Hi, thank you for the presentation. I got 2 questions. The first one is there a script or tool or POC that is available online for what you did?
Can you speak up, please?
I got 2 questions. Well, thanks for the talk. The first question is, do you have a tool or script that is available online for the demonstration that you did?
No, I haven't released anything, but there is no, I can release it. It's public now, basically. The CVs are public for a long time.
Okay. And the second one is, how do you patch the firmware? Is it automatically downloaded from the server, or do you have to take the phone and hardly update or upgrade it?
Yeah, so I think you can update it over the GUI by hand, and the other one is over XML. So basically you can send, or maybe over TFTP as well, or maybe just TFTP, but these are the options. I didn't really look into that, but basically you can do it remotely if you have access to the device over the network. You can send comments to it over XML, and I think over XML, and it grabs the firmware and it upgrades itself.
Thank you again.
Thank you.
Hi, thanks for the speech. I was wondering, do you still need to be connected to the phone to execute that script, or you could do it remotely?
Well, so the setup here, you probably didn't see, this is a switch, power over Ethernet. So the only limitation that you need to be on the same network, or you need to have a device that relays, that proxies the payloads to the device.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome.
Last one.
Hello, thanks for your talk. I have a question. How does it occur to you to actually go look at VoIP phones? It's not something that's very usual and that we find every day here anyways.
How did I come up with the idea that I should look at VoIP phones?
Yes.
Yeah, so basically this was a job for me where we were looking for backdoors in these devices.
You were missioned to specifically look at these devices?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
A round of applause. stay around just in case.
Ok, cool, thanks. Ouais, merci, ouais. Oh, putain de... Non, 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 fais pas ça, fais pas ça, fais pas ça.
Ah oui, c'est du... Ok. Are you ready?
Je suis partage, là, je suis bon.
I guess. Okay. Is it connected? The slides are...
Yeah, he has everything set up, I think.
Okay, so keys.
It's not over. There is a last talk before the midday break. Okay. If you're staying, can you sit down, please? Thank you. So, for this last morning talk, Yasser Klaoun will talk about how to extract secrets for end-to-end encrypted chat messaging apps.
Work? Yeah, okay, cool. Hi, I'm Yashar. I'm a computer science student at RWTH Aachen University, and I am a working student at X41. And I like reverse engineering, which is how I found this topic. Oh, wait, yeah, sorry. Quick outline, I'll first show you my motivation and then talk about a vulnerability in a library. Then we'll look at an app that uses the library, like a chat app, and we'll have a quick overview of its protocol before investigating how the library is used to implement the protocol, and then use a SAT solver to abuse of the vulnerability before concluding. So I read some privacy blog by someone, and they mentioned some chat app with an undocumented protocol, and they had like really big security claims, and that really got me interesting because it seemed a bit over the top. If you see like this, forget end-to-end encryption, the only way to ensure that your data is truly secure is with full encryption by Ginlo. It seems like, so what are they? It's a chat app based on the SimsMe app. It's a discontinued app by the DHL group, which is the new name of the German post service. And they claim to be privacy respecting and secure. But yeah, they don't have too many users, but they're open source. But even then, the source isn't like always up to date. They're really slow to upload new versions. And then the target audience, which is also why I found it relevant, is that they claim to be like the most secure communication for any organization, and at least that's their German advertising. And they aim it at businesses and doctors' offices, like for internal and external, like patient communication, and also lawyers, which they should be secure. So looking at the first thing with like full encryption and the only way to be truly secure, looking at Signal, they switched to SQL Cipher in 2018, and they have been doing, I guess, their own on-disk encryption before that. So it's not really, if in case you were wondering, Signal does the same. So, wait, am I always looking at the, no, okay, sorry, I got confused. So my main interest here was the security of the messaging protocol and its implementation. And for that, I got the app and the iOS app and threw it into some disassembler. And the first thing, basically, for anything cryptography, usually you need to generate keys, and that's why random number generators are interesting. So I looked for the random number generator function in that binary and found some chillcat random bytes and something like there's some RT50 table and an increment table and some stuff. So let's first look at what chillcat is. It's some library written in C. It implements tons of internet protocols and algorithms and data formats available, or it has bindings for tons of programming languages and runs on all kinds of operating systems. It's like first released in 2000, and I think 2008 or so they wrote on their website they had 25,000 customers. So a few people seem to use it. And then what is R250? It turns out that's a random number generator. I'll omit the initialization here because it's not very relevant, but to generate a new random number, all you do is XOR together two numbers from the state table. You choose them by having an integer into that, an index into that table, and the second number you get by adding 103 to that, and that is like the crucial part is that the result of that XOR is both written into that table, so becomes part of the new state, and it is returned as the random number. So essentially, as anyone who gets that output, you can just record 250 of those outputs and you clone the state. And then you can run the ran function on those 250 outputs, and you just get what the next number, the real random number generator also would generate. That's basically summarized again the same thing. You can reconstruct the state. So then let's look at the chat app. How does its protocol work? I took the info graphics from the SimsMe app and adapted them a bit because somehow they made it worse for some reason. So you can see at the very top there's the step 1, and you generate your RSA key, which is your identity key. It identifies you, and you use it to sign messages, and then you use, in the old version, or in SimsMe, you used your telephone number, and here in Ginlo, you can also just not give that, but you register at the server. Basically, you give it your public key so that someone else who wants to talk to you can get your public key to talk to you. One thing they don't, somehow they also dropped, how you call it, certificate pinning, And then, so you registered, and now you want to write a message to someone. You ask the server for their public key, basically, and then in the bottom right, you can see that you then generate an AES key to encrypt messages for them. Once you encrypted the message, you encrypt the key to the public key of the recipient, so that they, and then you send the encrypted message and the encrypted AES key to the recipient, so that they can, in the next step, they will retrieve it, decrypt the AES key using their private key, and then can decrypt the message using their AES key. So how and where is used as ChillCat used for the protocol implementation? They use it to generate the RSA keys, and then the static per chat AES keys. So they, in the original SimsMe app, they generated a new AES key for each message, which is the common thing to do. In Ginlo, then they decided that they wanted to keep them static for some reason. And then it's also used for the message encryption. And how did I find that out? There's a cool library, software instrumentation framework called Frida. You can use it to hook functions at runtime, and then intercept them at the entry point or right before the return. And here at the top you can see it still has the SimsMe name, and in the second line you can see that there's this ChillCat random bytes mangled name of the function I showed you in the very beginning. And then we can, in the third line you see we attach an interceptor to it and then print a backtrace, for example. And we can also extract the R250 table of the state table of the random number generator. And then, for example, this is the backtrace. During account creation, we can see that on the stack trace, there's the random bytes function is called, which is called by rand prime in the RSA class, which is called by makeKey, and so on. So we know that, yeah, it indeed is used for the RSA key generation. Then during message encryption, I hooked a few more functions, for example, import public key, encrypt string ENC, which encrypts the string and then encodes it. But there we see that the string to encrypt is an IV and a key, and it's also a time step in there. And then in the stack trace for random bytes, we see, backtrace, sorry, that some OAEP encoding is used for the RSA pattern encrypt function. And so, I don't know, I was curious, why is there some random data used in RSA encryption? It seemed, yeah. And it turns out nowadays you use OAEP encoding, which you apply to the message before you encrypt it, because like the textbook version of RSA you learn in university or so is insecure, and basically it looks like this. You don't need to understand all of it, but the essential thing is there's the seed, and it is used as an input to some mask generating function. And what MGF is, it takes some input and creates arbitrarily long output. So basically a hash function with very length output. And you just make the output as long as this data block you have at the top, which part of it is the message you want to send. And you XOR that together to create this masked data block. And what it does is, when you send the same message twice, since the seed is generated by a random number generator, the ciphertext and also the encoded message of the same message is different. So an attacker can't tell that you send the same message twice. But then during decoding, we can see that at the bottom left, you get the seed again. So what that means is, as an attacker, if you get messages from someone, you can, during decryption, you can store the seed, and then you get part of the random number generator of part of the state of the random number generator of your conversation partner. And basically you can take PyCryptodome and just insert some 3 lines to, during the decryption, just dump all those seeds in an array, and So at the time, am I always showing you wrong slides? I'm so confused. Okay. So the seed is 20 bytes, and that is 5 32-bit and 32-bit integer outputs of the PRNG. And then I was like, do you just need like 50 consecutive messages to reconstruct the state? It turned out that we don't get like the outputs one after another. They do 2 encryptions, first to the sender and then to the recipient. And that's why you lose 5 messages, or you lose 5 PRNG outputs, and then you get 5 PRNG outputs, and then you lose 5 again, and so on if you receive consecutive messages. So we can't just easily clone it, and we need to find a way to basically fill these gaps. And at the time I was taking the satisfiability checking lecture, and I saw some papers and research by other people that used satisfiability checkers on like reconstructing Merge and Twister and some other insecure PRNGs. And I was talking to my professor if we can use a SAT solver for this. And well, first, what is a SAT solver? It solves given a formula, it answers the question whether there is an interpretation that can evaluate, under which you can evaluate the formula to true. So just 2 simple examples, A and not B, that is satisfiable because you can assign 1 to A and 0 to B, and then it's true. And the second one, A and not A, you can never make it true. because there's no assignment to A to ever, yeah. There are some really cool usages of set solvers. For example, the Tamarin prover was used to, I forgot the exact wording, but they basically verified some security properties of the WireGuard protocol, or more like a symbolic version of that, but essentially WireGuard is more secure because they managed to verify it with a set solver. Yeah, you can also use it for CTFs. Like Anger is a cool tool where you can just basically tell it where you want to go, and then it tries to find via symbolic execution and I don't know, other magic, a way to satisfy the, like basically some, yeah, the constraints to get to whatever part of the program you want to get to, and that way you can like solve some flags. So yeah, back to how we can use it in here. So we can calculate the past and future outputs of the PRNG if we just get the state, but we only get incomplete. Yeah, the state we get leaked is incomplete. There are all these gaps. And yeah, we can use the solver to plug these holes basically. Oops. Since there are these relationships between, yeah, if you have like a really, if you imagine the output as a long stream of numbers, you can just basically, yeah, paint this XOR between all of them, and we do that between all the states. And then the solver basically we told the solver the structure of how all these numbers relate to each other, and then like the green ones we receive from our victim, and we also tell the solver what these are, and then it can tell us what the red ones should be. And I mean, that is the very most simple attack, but yeah. This is what the code looks like. I thought it's not, hopefully not too hard to understand, but essentially you just create the stream of variables and teach the solver that, and in the bottom was 4 lines, you can go over all of them and tell the solver that the entry at I and XOR entry at I plus 103, and it must be equal to entry at I plus 250, and you just do that across the whole table. And then you insert, this modular thing is just to make sure that we skip some of the values that we don't know and insert the ones we do know into this table, assert some equality between, for some of them. And then that is all the solver needs to find, fill these gaps and find a model, which is the reconstructed state for the PRNG, which we can, so the scenario is to like, the scenario is that, the PRNG is reinitialized when the app is loaded from disk. So every time it's like deleted from memory, like if you go to Task Manager and like swipe up, or if the operating system decides that there are too many apps open, it needs to close some, then the app is deleted from memory, and that also means that the state of the PRNG is lost, and next time the app starts, it needs to be reinitialized. But usually, nowadays people keep apps open for a long time, so maybe it's more practical that way. As an attacker, you need to be Mallory in the middle on the TLS connection, or be on the Ginlo service, or like the service of the app. Mallory in the middle could also be just get onto some corporate certificate authority and man or machine in the middle that way. You don't need to, I don't know, hack the public CAs. And then you need to receive 75 or more messages from Mallory, and also put some constraints on it to have the most simple version of this problem at first, where Alice doesn't do anything that can generate more random numbers, so that we can be sure that all the random number all the random numbers generated are for the messages, and that they will have the structure of 5 lost and 5 received and so on. And then once these requirements are fulfilled, Mallory can reconstruct the PRNG state once she got all these messages, and then recover the RSA or AES keys that were created in that session. So if you signed up during that session, then she can recover your RSA key and impersonate you. And if you created any chats during that session, then she can just get the AES keys and permanently decrypt any messages you sent in those chats. And now I have to look how to get to the demo to work. I do H. Yeah, and now press, right? And then. Yeah, okay, cool. So Alice registers in the app. Sorry. Sorry. Okay, I wanted to skip a bit through this, but it's hard. Then Mallory registers too, and she starts a PCAP so that she can get all the traffic. And then Alice adds Mallory to her contact. And then, yeah, she sends like 100 messages, which I sped up a bit soon. And then Alice starts messaging Bob, or first adds them. And yeah, so message that Mallory hopefully can't read. And the easiest way I found to get to the private key of Mallory to automate all of this is to just create a backup. Yeah, and then we can extract from the PCAP, we can get the bodies, and from those in turn get all the messages. From those, we extract all we decrypt them, get all the seeds, and then throw them in the SAT solver, and then the SAT solver will give us some state. There it is, 250 32-bit integers, and then we can take them and throw them into some other program that we then use to brute force the key to the message that we recorded from Alice to Bob. And then we see that it's a bit hard to read, but in the third line you can see that it says, yeah, this is the message that Mallory hopefully can't read. So yeah, we recovered the AES key. Thanks. Okay, cool. Yeah. So this is a very contrived scenario. You need like 75 messages in succession, and Alice isn't allowed to do anything in between. It's possible to make this a bit more realistic. I don't know exactly how realistic, because you can imagine it explodes in complexity if you allow different things to happen in between. Like, for example, I hope I tried to make this more understandable this way, maybe. So on the left, you have a message from Alice to Mallory, where you have these 5 integers that you lose, and then you receive these 5. And then on the right, you also have another message, and you don't know what happens in between. For example, Alice messages someone, and that, I don't know, it turns, then you lose 10 integers, if she creates a chat with someone, it generates a certain amount of random numbers, or there are these other action, or I mean, also she could just do nothing in between and send like 2 messages, one after another, and you don't know what's happening. And so if you want to solve the more general problem, then one also needs to encode all these possibilities, and that is a bit more complicated, and I think but just as a general idea. But so to come to the vendor response, Chillcat, he was the one developer. I think it was him you saw in green on the right, and when I was talking about the app in the beginning. He was really responsive, even though he was on holidays, which was cool. And then once he understood that it isn't too critical, he continued his holidays and added it to the next release. And then Ginlo also released an update once the fix was out. And then coming to the lessons learned, using non-cryptographically secure random number generators seems to still be a thing people do, and something worth looking for. And then if these conditions I outlined are true, where you can get some output of it, and it's not forwards and backwards secure. How you say that? You can generate past and future outputs from one single state. Then it's especially bad, and you can abuse it like this. So make sure to use cryptographically secure random number generators, and if you don't, avoid leaking their state, I guess. But even that doesn't make it secure. The important thing is to regularly audit software. You're right if it's supposed to be secure, and also maybe have your peers review it and so on. And some tools I used was Corellium for virtual iOS devices, which was really convenient. And Frida, which I mentioned, and Objection was also really nice for exploring the classes and functions the app had. And if you have any questions, please ask.
Thanks a lot for the presentation. We will have time for only one question, so we try to catch up and be ready for 1:30 this afternoon.
So thanks for the talk. All the presentation, you spoke about iOS. Did you look at the Android part? Is it the same, or there is some difference?
In the Android app, they use the proper random number generator from the operating system. The operating system provides a secure random number generator, which you should use. iOS also has one. I forgot its name exactly, but they use it for to generate the initialization vector for AES-CBC, but not for the more important things. I don't know why.
Okay, weird, thanks.
Thanks a lot. And if you have any more questions, you can ask them directly to the speaker, of course, after the talk. So see you back at 1:30. Have a good meal.
Oh, sorry. For the speaker for this afternoon, come over on the stand, and all the speakers for all the station.
Oui, mais c'est pas grave, s'ils viennent, on le voit.
You know it's true. Around the world in a minute. I miss you. So far so good. Do you think about me? Welcome to my world. Never forever. Never let the party stop.
Okay. So we're going to be resuming a little bit late. I'd just like to remind you not to leave too much empty space in the middle of the room. So if you can move a little bit and be a little bit more center, that will be leaving some empty space for the late people. So we're going to be continuing this afternoon with Clara being the session chair.
Hi everyone. I hope everyone had a good lunch break. This one is the first talk out of 3 for this session. And please welcome Elliot Badinga for his talk on powered drones.
So, hello everybody. Thank you for being here. In this presentation that I called Hacking and DIY on a powered drone, I will present you the fruit of my research. So, first of all, who am I? My name is Elliot Badinga. I'm a 21 years old student at the school CPE in Lyon. I'm also a CTF player under the name HoHoHo. And I'm currently running on an internship in Switzerland as a pen tester. So a very important thing I want to say is that I'm definitely not an expert, but more passionate, so I can make mistakes. And please, if you see one, tell me at the end of this presentation. So my talk will be divided into several parts. So first of all, I'm gonna present you the project. So to what were the objectives and the constraints. Then I will talk about my role in this project, the problem I had to face off. I will talk a little about the methodology that I use in this case. Then I will talk focusing about a more technical aspect, so the reverse engineering. So 2 parts, 1 part for the hardware reverse and 1 part for the software reverse. Then I will quickly talk about some DIY that we made on the drone, and I will conclude with my feedback. So where is the problem? Yes, so the project presentation. In my school, every year, the second year student must to participate in a group project. So basically, this project consists by making a robot whose functionality is to follow a line pretend on the ground. But this year, they give us a choice to choose our subject. So with my group, we choose these options. And I'm not going to enumerate all the ideas that we had, but we started from an electromagnetic musical instrument to end with a plane. But the plane was a little bit hard to build, so we chose to build a drone instead. So there were 3 constraints for this project. The first one was the time, only 4 months, so it's pretty short. The second one was the budget. It was around €0. So yes. And the last one is that we need to use an STM32 in our project. So with a €0 budget, we can't did everything we wanted to do. So luckily, the robotic department of our school gave us a Nair drone. So this is the drone. But the motherboard of this drone was broken. So the objective was to replace the broken motherboard of the drone by the STM32. We also had a Raspberry Pi to broadcast video stream by making a Wi-Fi hotspot. And my role in this project was to understand the component that we wanted to keep. So it includes only the motorboard of the drone. So I talk about motherboard and not just a motor, because as you can see, there is an electronic circuit that controls the motor speed. And the problem is that in the Parrot company, everything is proprietary, so it includes the hardware, the software, and the communication protocol. And that's the reason why I'm talking about hacking and reverse engineering. So for my methodology, it's quite simple. The first thing I did was to look on internet to find some piece of information that I can use in order to have a starting point. Then I did 2 phases of reverse engineering. So one for reverse hardware, and I continue with software reversing. Then I made my first conclusions. I did a couple of tests in order to verify my first results, and then I made my final conclusion. So I use some hardware tools in order to perform my research. So the first one is this cheap logic probe that I bought on Amazon. I use an Arduino to make some basic tests and a multimeter to measure current and voltage. I also use, of course, a voltage generator. I use some software too, so Ghidra and IDA for the software reverse engineering. Logic Plus to analyze the communication between the components, and Binwalk to understand some proprietary file format. So I begin with the hardware reversing. So as you can see, and as I said, it's not just only a motor. You have 3 main components on it. So the first one is a transistor. So there are 3 of them, 2 here and 1 here. The goal of the transistor is to generate a PWM signal in order to control the motor speed. Then you have a microcontroller that receive the command and control the transistors. And then you have, of course, the motor, so it's a brushless motor. You have also 5 pins on the motor board. So with the multimeter and continuity test, we can assume that the 2 first one are for power supply. So one for the motor power supplies and one for the microcontroller power supplies. You can assume that 1 pin is for the ground too. But there are 2 pins that remains. So on internet, they said that the motorboard communicate by UARTs, but not the classical UARTs. In fact, it's one-wire UART, so the TX and RX data are transmitted in the same line. And there is another pin that remains. So on internet, they said that this pin is for receiving an ERQ signal, but in fact, this is more simple than that. This pin is used to activate the motor, because I will explain this later. So I was able to get a functional drone in order to perform dynamic hardware reverse engineering. So I just put a logic probe between the motherboard and the motorboard, and I analyze the data that were transmitted. So this is a summary. We can notice some bytes. So E0, 50, 71. These bytes will be useful in our software reverse engineering. So for the software reverse engineering, I went on the Parrot official website and I downloaded a PLF file. So it's a file to perform a firmware update on the drone. So PLF file may be for Parrot something firmware, but we don't really care. So this file was on a proprietary format. So I use Binwalk in order to understand what were in it. So as you can see, we can split the file into 2 parts. So there is 2 Z image I splitted the file with the command gg, and I analyze the two parts separately. So the first one is a basic busy box. There is nothing interesting on it, but on the other one, when once you have uncompressed the data, as you can see here, there is a strange file with a path at the beginning of the file, then followed by 12 null bytes, and then you have the real content of the file. You can see the magic signature of an ELF file. So I wrote a simple script in Python in order to recover the file system, and it gave me that. So you can see we have a lot of file and a lot of interesting files. Since I was only interested by the motor, I used the command grep in order to find some string references to motor, and I quickly found an interesting file called program.elf. So one important thing I want to say is I'm not really good in software reverse engineering, but that's okay because I have two techniques that help me a lot. So the first one is to start from the call to the libc start main functions. As you know, the first argument of this call is the address of the main functions, so I could start here. And the second one is to search for string references in the binary. And of course, I renamed the functions and the variable in the pseudocode in order to come to a better understanding. So my first technique was to start from the call to the libc start main functions. So this is the main functions, but the problem was the fact that the main function call a lot of a whole bunch of functions, and these functions call also a lot of functions. So it was pretty hard to understand. So I followed my second techniques. So to search for string references, so I started by searching the string motor, and I quickly find another interesting string, the term BLC. So maybe for a brushless controller, as I said, the motor are a kind of motor that we call brushless. So with these strings, it's allowed me to quickly identify the functions related to the motor control. So I'm not going to explain all the functions I had to reverse, but I'm going to present you the most important one. So with this one, for example, it's a function that deal with the initialization process between the motherboard and the motorboard. So you can notice that this is the same bytes as we saw earlier. So E0, E1, and 40. So the behavior of these functions can be summarized by this diagram. So the first thing the function do is to send the command E0 in order to get the motor state. Then it gets the motor checksum by sending the command 91. And it responds with a checksum of 120 bytes. Then the motherboard send, there is a process between this step and this step. I will explain in the next slide. Then the motherboard send the command A1 to start the motor. And if everything is okay, the motor is started, the motherboard send the command A0. Then the motherboard assign an ID to the motorboard. So there are 3 motors, so 3 ID. And then the motherboard sends the speed command to the motorboard. So as you can see, there are 2 kinds of commands. So unicast command, the command must be sent to only one motor. And there are some broadcast command, multicast command, sorry. And they must be sent to every motor. So as I told you, there is a complex step at here. So this is the process. So the program load a file called blc.x and decode it. So it's a basic Intel X format. It's very often used to store firmware in IoT. Then the program copies the process, copies the firmware, the decoded firmware into the memory. Then it calculates the checksum of this firmware and asks the checksum of the firmware that is running on the motherboard by sending the command 91. Then it compares the two checksum, and if they are not identical, it sends the command 71 to the motherboard in order to rewrite the motherboard firmware. So this is the process to rewrite the motherboard firmware with the command 71. So the firmware is splitted in two chunks of 64 bytes, so 60 in total, and sent piece by piece. Another interesting function is this one. So this one explains how the motherboard controls the motor in speed. So as you can see, the speed is encoded in 9 bits. Sorry. And the speed of each motor is then concatenated to form a command of 5 bytes. So this table explains that. So this table summarizes my results. As I told you, the command E0, 71, etc. So now we were able to do some tests, some basic testing. So in order to do that, I use my Arduino as a motherboard. And I put my logic probe between the Arduino and the motherboard in order to get the motherboard results. So as you can see, it works. When I send the command E0, the system, the motherboard responds me with 50. So everything is okay, but there is a strange thing. When I send the command 91, the system responds me with a very strange checksum, so C0, C0, C0. I think that the motherboard firmware, was corrupt. So I test the same script on another motherboard, and it seems to work because the LED turned green when I send the command A1. So in order to start the motor. So in order to repair my broken motherboard, I made this setup. So the firmware of the motherboard is too big to be stored on the Arduino. So I had to buy an external EEPROM memory of 32 kilobytes. Then I wrote piece by piece the motherboard firmware in the EEPROM memory. And then I calculated the checksum of the firmware, and I compare it with the file, with the firmware file, and it was the same, so everything is good. But, and I made another script in order to rewrite, so the script read the memory of the EEPROM and send the firmware to the motherboard. And it's worked because when I send the command 91, the motherboard responds in the response of the motherboard, there is not only C0, so I was able to reflash the firmware, but when I send the command A1, the LED stopped blinking and the motor crashed, so I didn't know why. So I use a functional drone and a functional motherboard to rewrite the firmware of the broken motherboard, and it's worked because I hadn't the time to understand why my techniques didn't work. Then we did some DIY on the drone. So the first thing we did was to cut all the connection with the motherboard, and we solder our lab cable, and we had heat shrink tubbing over the world in order to secure the thing. And we had two breadboards on the side of the drone in order to facilitate the debugging and the connections in case of error. So another thing is that, as I told you before, we need to use STM32 as a motherboard, but the STM32 sends a UART command with a voltage of 3.3 volts. So we need to make this basic setup. So it's a logic level shifting in the objective to increase the voltage of the height logic level to 5 volts, because the motherboard only understands UART in 5 volts. Another thing that we needed to do was to implement a demultiplexer, because as I told you, there is two kinds of command, unicast and multicast command. And in order to send a command only on one motor, we need to make this basic electronic circuit. So I use this component, and this is the final result. So as you can see, there is the STM32, the demultiplexer, and the logic level shifter. We also had a converter 12 volt to 5 volt in order to power all the components. And this is the result. So here I test the result with an Arduino. So as you can see, the LED turned green, and the drone started flying. Yes, like this. But there were some stabilization problems, but that's okay. We did the same test with the STM32 and the logic level shifter, and it's work. You can see the motor don't fly, but it's work. So conclusion and next step, we needed to add the sensor and to configure the PID. So it's basically it's an algorithm for stabilization and controlling command. So we need to find 3 constants for this algorithm. And the last step was to connect the Raspberry Pi with the drone. But unfortunately, we didn't have the time to do that. So we stop here. But a professor of my school has taken over my research and continue it with other students. So the project is not finished yet. Then, nevertheless, it remains a very instructive experience. In many areas, particularly in teamworks. So I loved conducted this research, and it was for me first time. So that's the reason why I'm presenting, I'm sharing it with you, sorry. So that's all. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for your talk. We don't have time for questions, so if you want to speak with Elliot about his talk, get him after the session and ask him whatever you want him to do. Next, I call the next speaker, please.
Faut qu'il change d'écran, c'est ça? Ouais, c'est à moi ça.
Ok, voilà.
Faut qu'il le passe aussi sur le grand.
Oui, ils vont le passer.
Ok.
Dès qu'on start, il le passe.
Ok, très bien. Très bien, merci. Bah, je crois, ouais.
C'est bon? Oui, c'est bon.
So the next talk will be about threat intelligence. So please welcome Quentin Bourg and its talk about exploring malware distribution via user web browsing.
Hello everyone. Yes, you can hear me. So I am Quentin Bourg, a cyber threat intelligence analyst in the threat detection and research team at Sequoia, a French cybersecurity company. And for the next 30 minutes, we won't talk about hacking, but rather about the bad guys. And we will explore the malware distribution through user web browsing. But first, I would like to thank the GreHack staff for organizing this event in Grenoble, but also offering me the opportunity to share my daily work to this audience. Thank you. So my presentation is structured in 3 parts. The first one to introduce the drive-by-download attacks. The second one to expose 2 cases, 2 recent cases. The first one is the ClearFake malware, and the second one is the ClickFix social engineering tactic. And in my last part, I will share some methodologies and results about tracking the adversary's infrastructure. So let's dive into the core of the subject, the drive-by-download attacks. So what are the drive-by-download attacks? So these attacks involve infecting the system using the web browser activities. So over the last years, we observed that more and more threat actors are using the drive-by-download attacks instead of the traditional spear phishing email campaigns, as they are becoming less and less successful. So concretely, what are these drive-by-download attacks? So it includes the use of legitimate websites which have been compromised by malware and which are used to distribute some malware to the visitors. It also includes the use of malicious websites impersonating or faking legitimate ones. So usually the threat actors are using search engines to spread this malicious website. So it includes the search engine optimization poisoning, or also the malicious advertisements, so a technique called malvertising. And it also includes some publication on social networks or forums to spread the malicious website. So here are a few examples. The first 2 ones are fake websites that impersonate Facebook and the Google or Captcha challenge. So they use the ClickFix tactic that we will discuss later. The third one is related to malware distribution infrastructure that use fake crack software. So when a user wants to download the software for free, the user can find this kind of malicious web pages. And on the bottom, you have on the left a fake web browser update, so which is displayed on compromised websites. And on the right, a fake AnyDesk website that spread Luma and fake bat malware. So now that we introduced the drive-by-download attacks, let's see why they are impactful for organizations, but also for individuals. And I will present an example for that. So in 2023, we discovered a malvertising campaign that spread a malicious website using the Google Ads. So when the user searches for the advanced IP scanner tool, he or she will find Google Ads in first result, and this Google Ads redirect to a malicious website. So this is the malicious website. It is a copy of the legitimate advanced IP scanner website. But as you can see in the URL, it is not the legitimate domain, but a typo-squat one. And if the user downloads the executable, it will install either C2 framework, C2 for command and control, so Sliver or the notorious Cobalt Strike, or Python custom backdoor. And a few months after we discovered this campaign, an incident response company, the DeFi report, published a report about a ransomware attack that implied this campaign. So the threat actors behind the Black Cat ransomware used the access gained by this malvertising campaign to access to the victim networks, further lateralize, exfiltrate data, and deploy the ransomware. So this slide is to point out that a simple malvertising campaign that can affect every user can also lead to a more impactful attack with the ransomware attacks. So I guess everyone knows that the ransomware attacks are the most impactful financially motivated attack for the organization. And this is just an example among many others. So I just share some examples we observed over the last year. So the notorious gang that you may know, like Logbit, RansomHub, Black Cat, Blackbasta, Royal, and so on, use drive-by-download attacks to gain a foothold into interesting corporation networks. And they use for that some malvertising and SEO poisoning to spread their own payload. So either C2 framework, botnet, loader, and so on. I just presented the ransomware threat actors as they are the most known, the most impactful. But many cyber criminals use these drive-by-download attacks to spread their own malware. So either info stealers, remote access tools, loader, botnets, and more. And why these drive-by-download attacks are such widespread in the wild? So first, because they are effective, but also because some services are facilitating the threat actors' operations. So on Russian-speaking cybercrime forums, there are numerous services which are selling tools and services to other threat actors to facilitate the execution of malware distribution campaigns. So here are some examples from the Russian-speaking cybercrime forums. So first, you have the malware as a service. So the cyber criminals pay for a malware, a ready-to-use malware. And for like $300, a threat actor can buy a sophisticated malware without any knowledge in malware development or in web server maintenance. You have also the pay-per-install services, which use a lot the drive-by-download attacks to spread the malware. So for the pay-per-install services, a threat actor can buy some malware installation to other threat actors. So for 5 cents to $10, you can have your payload, your own malware, installed by another threat actors, depending on the quality of the service, depending on the location of the victim, etc. You have also the traffers teams. So the traffers are threat actors specialized in distributing malware. And the traffers use a lot the drive-by-download attacks to spread their malware. And some traffers organize themselves as a team to share some knowledge, expertise, infrastructure, malware, and so on. And you have also other services I won't detail today, just know it. So now that we introduced the drive-by-download attacks, let's see some recent cases we observe in the wild that affect our customers and many organizations in the world. So we have two cases. The first one is the ClearFake malware, and the second one is a social engineering tactic named ClickFix. So for the ClearFake malware, it's a fake update malware that appeared in September 2023. So ClearFake is a malicious JavaScript framework deployed on compromised websites, so mostly vulnerable WordPress. And this ClearFake malware is used to deliver other malware using drive-by-download techniques. So concretely, when a user browses a WordPress compromised by ClearFake, he or she will find a fake update on the website. So depending on the web browser, you can see on the left for Google Chrome, Firefox, or Microsoft Edge. And if the user downloads this fake update, it will, of course, install malware on the system. And since June 2024, a new ClearFake variant appeared and used a new social engineering tactic. So it is the ClickFix tactic. Instead of a big fake update on the screen, it displays a pop-up which indicates to the user that there is an error, so a fake error on the web browser. And to fix this error, you should execute a command in your Windows terminal. So now let's see how does the ClearFake framework work. So this figure is a bit complicated, so I will explain step by step. So first, the user visits a website compromised by ClearFake. So the website includes some JavaScript pushed by the threat actor. So this JavaScript code will then download a second JavaScript code and execute it. So the second JavaScript code is stored on the blockchain. So this technique is called the ether hiding technique. So the threat actor just used the blockchain to store some JavaScript obfuscated code, which is retrieved by the compromised website. So when the second JavaScript code is executed, it will contact the ClearFake command and control server, so also named C2 server, to get a fake HTML. So the fake HTML is the fake pop-up display to the user with the click fix tactic that says to the user, there is an error, please copy this code and execute it to resolve this error. And if the user does that, it will, of course, infect the system with some malware. So I hope this figure is crystal clear. If not, just remember that the ClearFake framework uses the blockchain to get a payload and also communicates with an adversary's infrastructure to get the HTML code. We will use it later to track this threat. And by analyzing this malware in July 2024, we found an API documentation on the threat actor infrastructure. And this API documentation lists 3 endpoints. So the first one was for the malware to get the HTML code, so well. The second one was for the threat actors to update the malware to deliver, so using the ClearFake framework. And the third one was a statistic for the threat actors. So the threat actors can get some statistic about the number of visitors on the website compromised by ClearFake. And in July 2024, when I requested the server for 24 hours, there were around 200,000 visitors on the website compromised by ClearFake. So these numbers are quite huge for a cybercriminal campaign, and we estimate that tens of thousands users were compromised by the malware delivered by ClearFake. So this is a huge campaign, and that's why we are focusing on it at Sequoia. So let's conclude about this threat. So this ClearFake campaign uses a universal social engineering tactic, as it implies the web browser and every user use a web browser. And second, it reaches a large audience, as the threat actor use multiple thousands of compromised WordPress. So the threat actor doesn't have to pay for an infrastructure and use several tactics such as SEO poisoning or malvertising. They use an already existent infrastructure as it compromises thousands of WordPresses. So that's it for the ClearFake malware. Let's now focus on a social engineering tactic which emerged in 2024. So ClickFix is a tactic that involves displaying fake error messages in web browser to deceive users to copy, paste, and execute a malicious script. So we already seen this tactic with the ClearFake variant. Let's see another prominent campaign. So this one uses a fake reCAPTCHA challenge. So when the user browses this malicious web page, and if the user wants to resolve this challenge, it will then press Windows plus R to open the Windows terminal. Will copy and paste the command. So the command is stored into the user clipboard data if the user clicks on the resolve button. And after it will, of course, execute the malware. So in this case, the Luma stealer malware. So this tactic emerged in in March 2024, and is now used by many threat actors in the wild. So we can explain that for several reasons. The first one is that the user doesn't download a malicious file from the web browser, so the web browser security features are bypassed. And the web browser doesn't check for the clipboard data in which there is the malicious command line. And second, I think that many users are now aware that downloading and executing a file from a random website can be dangerous, but the user don't really know what is a script, what is a command line, what is a Windows terminal. So many organization employees are not aware about executing a random script in their Windows terminal. So for this reason, I think this click-fix social engineering tactic is really effective for the threat actors. So just a small timeline since the emergence of this click-fix tactic. So it was first used in March 2024. Then the ClearFake variant used it in the end of May 2024. Since August, many threat actors adopt this tactic for their distribution infrastructure to replace the usual download file from the website. And it is interesting to note that not only financially motivated threat actors are using it, but also since October 2024, a state-sponsored threat actor, so which is APT28, so a Russian threat actor, that used this tactic in a campaign that targeted the Ukrainian local government. So it is interesting to see that this tactic was adopted by many cyber criminals, but also by nation-sponsored threat actors. So now we finished with the click-fix tactic. Let's enter in the third part. So it is my daily job at Sequoia. It's to track the adversaries' infrastructures, to monitor many threats and different campaigns. So first, why do we track the adversaries' infrastructures? So mainly to collect some cyber threat intelligence about the threat actors. And it also includes the collection of indicators of compromise. So indicators of compromise, also named IOCs, are mainly domain names, IP addresses, URLs, file hashes, and more. So our goal is to collect IOCs to do some proactive detection, for incident response, for traffic filtering, traffic blocking, but also to do some research for a new or prominent threat. And how do we do that? So we are using scanning tools mainly. So when we find a new adversary's infrastructure, we will try to find some fingerprint of this infrastructure to eliminate the whole adversary's infrastructure. So by fingerprint, it is the HTTP data, HTML data, domains with, TLS certificate, and more. And when we have a fingerprint data which is characteristic of an adversary's infrastructure, we will use our tools to scan every internet and get every servers that belong to the adversary. So we are using internal tools such as scanning tools, automation scripts, and so on. And also external tools that you may know. So there are OSINT services such as Shodan Census, VirusTotal, and so on. So that's why and how do we track the adversary's infrastructure. So now let's see how do we apply this methodology to the threat we expose in the second part. So for ClearFake, we can track the ClearFake infrastructure using the compromised website, but also the C2 server. So let's start with the compromised websites. So as we have seen in the second part, the website compromised with ClearFake will communicate with a specific domain to download a JavaScript library for blockchain interaction. It will then interact with the Binance blockchain and then with the ClearFake command and control server at a specific endpoint, which is /endpoint. So by correlating these three characteristics, we can list every website compromised by ClearFake and scanned by URL scan. So as you can see on this slide, since June 2024, there are more than 4,700 websites which were compromised by ClearFake and also scanned by URL scan. So here for the first part, then we would like to track the ClearFake C2 server to do some proactive detection. So in October 2023, when we analyzed the ClearFake malware, we found that every ClearFake C2 server used the same TLS certificate. So we are easily unveiling the whole ClearFake infrastructure by searching for servers that use this common name from the TLS certificate. So on the left, you can see the common names used over the time. So the adversary, the threat actors, change every 2 or 3 months. And on the right, you can see the active ClearFake C2 server as of last week. So there are 7 active C2 servers. So this methodology is relevant as when an adversary changes the C2 server using the scan engines which are scanning several times a day the whole internet, we can get directly the new C2 server of the attacker, sometimes before they are using this C2 server. So here is for the TLS certificate. We have also another methodology. So as I explained, the ClearFake framework will download a JavaScript code from the Binance blockchain. So we can do the same. The attackers are using some wallets, and by monitoring the transaction from these wallets, we can get the input data from every transaction, deobfuscate the input data, and get the ClearFake C2 domains. So on the left, you can see a transaction related to the ClearFake malware. You can see the input data on the bottom. And by using this input data, by deobfuscating this input data, we can get the domain name. So the one used last week, which is dareka4te.shop. So this is another method to track the ClearFake C2 server using the blockchain. So the goal when we are tracking adversaries is to multiply the tracking methods to follow to monitor the infrastructure, even when it changes from, for example, for the TLS certificate. If we have multiple methodologies, we can track the changes. So here we are for the ClearFake threat. Let's discuss about the malvertising clusters. So in the first part, I show you some malvertising cluster. The malvertising clusters usually impersonate some legitimate website to distribute some malware. So the goal is to find the malicious websites impersonating legitimate ones. So for that, we will search for websites that use the same HTML titles, content, favicon, or else, but which are not hosted on the legitimate domain name. And by applying this methodology to multiple software websites which are impersonated by threat actors, we can proactively find new malicious domain names. So we apply this methodology for Advanced IP Scanner, AnyDesk, Bitwarden, and so on. So here is an example to illustrate this methodology. So for the Advanced IP Scanner tool, the title is Advanced IP Scanner Download Free Network Scanner. So by searching these keywords on multiple search engines such as Census, Public WW, URL Scan, and ONIF or else, we can find every website that use this title, but which are not hosted on the legitimate Advanced IP Scanner. So on the left, you can see last week there were 6 active domain names that impersonate and also typosquat Advanced IP Scanner. And on the right, you can see the result for URL scan, so over the past years. So on URL scan, we have more than 300 malicious domain names that impersonate and typosquat Advanced IP Scanner. And what are the results of this methodology? So we are applying this methodology since January 2023 for dozens of legitimate websites. And we found more than 1,300 domain names and more than 100 servers. And it allows us to do some proactive detection in our customer environments, but also to find undocumented campaigns. So some example on the slide, we found a campaign that distributes the net support rat with hundreds of domain names. And we allegedly attribute this campaign to Fin7, which is a financially threat group active since many, many years. We also find the Nitrogen campaign I discussed in the first part, so the one used by the Black Cat ransomware affiliate to gain a foothold into the victim networks. And we found many other campaigns that we attributed to some threat actors or some else that we can't attribute. So we can mention some campaigns that distribute pre-ransomware botnets, some loaders, some info stealers, and more. And my last example is for the ClickFix cluster. So as I tell you, in March 2024, this ClickFix tactic emerged. So our goal at Sequoia was to find threat actors or campaigns that leverage this ClickFix tactic. So we are using the same methodology as I explained before. So we are searching for ClickFix keywords on website, but also on files. So we will use the usual search engine, but also VirusTotal to find files using YARA rules. And using this methodology, we found numerous new clusters which adopt the ClickFix tactic. So I can mention some of them. A cluster of fake Google Meet pages, which we attributed to a sophisticated cyber group. I will explain it in the next slides. A cluster of fake Facebook web page. So we discover a new sophisticated loader which is under analysis in our team. We are reversing this malware. And other cluster that impersonate some brands and distribute numerous malware. And for the end of my talk, let's focus on the first cluster that impersonates Google Meet web pages. So this is the LUR, usual ClickFix LUR. And this is some domain names on the right associated with this fake Google Meet cluster. And our goal at this time, it was in September 2024, it was to find which threat group is using this fake Google Meet cluster in which campaign. So we dig into the adversary's infrastructure, and we found JavaScript code, which is the backend code used by the attackers to exfiltrate the fingerprint data from this cluster, from the visitor going on these fake Google Meet web pages, and which exfiltrate this data to a Telegram bot. It is quite usual for Russian-speaking threat actors, and to a MongoDB. So by dumping and investigating the Telegram bot and as well as the MongoDB, we found some more interesting information. So first, we found a chat in the Telegram bot. So it was written in Russian, of course, but we translate it. And it was a threat actor, Spark Hash, who explained to another threat actor how to use this cluster. And using this information from the Telegram bot and the MongoDB, we were able to find the thread group on Telegram, a Russian-speaking thread group, which is named as Quamcarteo. And it is a thread group specialized into targeting the cryptocurrency user and NFT user. So using a fake persona, I was able to join the group and use the Telegram bot to generate a new Google page, malicious Google page that used the click fix tactic. So here is how we attribute some cluster to known or unknown thread groups. If you want to know more about our work, our research, do not hesitate to visit blog.sequoia.io. We publish regularly on cybercrime, but also APT, Advanced Persistent Threats groups. And that's all for me. Thank you for listening to me. And if you have any questions, please ask.
Thank you very much for your talk. I'm very sorry, but we don't have time for questions. Okay. So do not hesitate to speak with Quentin after this session. So I call the next speaker. Okay.
Normalement, c'était sur la partie web. Test.
Il n'y a pas de mauvaise question, de toute façon, il n'y a pas le temps pour la question. Ça va, bien sûr. So, the last talk for this session is about HTML parsing. Please give a warm welcome to Kevin Garvin.
So, thanks for having me. So, as it has been said, today I'm going to talk about some DOMPurify bypasses. So, it's an HTML sanitizer. And we are going to mainly focus on default configuration, which involve some very interesting HTML parsing behaviors. So first, let me introduce myself quickly. So my name is Kevin Jarveau. I'm working in a French company called BeSecure, in which I work as a pen tester. And on my free time, I'm doing mostly bug bounty, some web searches, and I play CTF with mainly two teams. I'm also making articles on my website, which should be available on the boards, on which I mostly make articles about WebCTF write types and web researches. So before we go deeper into the technical details of all the DOMPurify bypasses that we need to see today, we need to cover some very important definition and concepts that we are going to use all along this presentation. So first, what is a client-side HTML sanitizer? Well, most of the time, it is related to a library which aims to provide to a web developer a way to make sure that there is no dangerous element into an HTML string, like scripts. So what makes a client-side HTML sanitizer more interesting to be used rather than a server-side one? It's mostly due to the fact that when you use it on the client side, you are going to use the browser HTML parser. So you have like less chance to have any kind of confusion. So as an example, here is an highly simplified version of the DOMPurify logic. So you can see on the left that it takes as an input an HTML string, and the very first thing that it's going to do is pass it as HTML. As a result, it's going to have a node tree, which contains all the HTML elements into it. And it's going to iterate on all of them and make sure that none of them contain any dangerous node name, like scripts, or any dangerous attributes, like unload. And when everything is going to be good, it's going to serialize it back to a string and returns it to the developer. So at this time, the developer is going to use it and insert it into the DOM, which will lead to a second HTML parsing. So if there is only one thing that you need to remind here, is that when you are using an HTML sanitizer, most of the time, there is going to have two HTML parsing. And that's really important. So at the beginning of the presentation, I said that if you are using a client-side HTML sanitizer, you have like less chance to have any kind of confusion because you are using the HTML parser of the browser twice in a row. So how could, in such a situation, mutation XSS even be possible? Well, if we take a look into the HTML specification, we can see that it is possible that the output of this algorithm, if parsed with an HTML parser, will not return the original string structure. So what does it mean? If we take the following string on the left and we try to parse it twice, we can see that on the first parsing, which is what the sanitizer is going to see, we have a form which contains a div which contains a form. And on the second parsing, which you can see that this time we only have a form which contains a div. And this is what the DOM is going to receive. So we have some kind of a confusion, which is due to the fact that when you are parsing HTML, it is possible on the output of the first parsing to have something which is supposed to be invalid. So here we shouldn't have like two nested forms. And because of that, if you parse the string one more time, the invalid setup is going to be fixed, which creates a mutation when reparsing it. So something else which is commonly used when you want to play with HTML mutation is related to namespaces. So there are three kinds of them. On the left, you can find the HTML namespace. On the middle, the HVG namespace. And on the right, the MATML namespace, which all have their own parsing rules. Meaning that if you take, for example, the style tag on the left, and you try to parse it on each namespace, we can see that within the HTML namespace, the content is going to be text, while within the HVG and MATML namespace, the content is going to be null. Additionally to this, there is the integration points. So there are two kinds of them. You don't need to remind everything that is writing on the right, but you only need to see that there is the MATML text integration point and the HTML integration point, which aims to provide a way to switch from the HVG or MATML namespace back to the HTML one. So you have an example on the left. We can see that within the HVG namespace, we are using the title tag, which is an HTML integration point, which allows to switch into the HTML namespace. So this is mainly thanks to this that a lot of HTML sanitizer has been bypassed in the past. Here you can find an example of the DOMPurify 2.0.0 bypass, which has been found by SecurityMB. So we aren't going to cover this one, but the only thing that you need to see is that having the string on the top left, using DOMPurify on this version to sanitize it, we can see that what DOMPurify is seeing is a style tag which is parsed as HVG. And if you take the output of it, because of the p tag, the style tag falls into the HTML namespace. So now the content is parsed as text, which creates a confusion. And in that case, specifically, it creates an XSS. So now that we have all the information we need, we are going to begin with the first bypass, which has been found by ISysFont on version 3.1.0. So, excuse me. So this bypass involves a lot of very interesting stuff about the HTML parsing, and we are going to begin with one of them, which is the not flattening. So in the HTML specification, it is written that the algorithm described below place no limits on the depth of the dump tree generated. Meaning that if you take like two different HTML parsers, they might be handling the limits of depth of the tree differently. As an example, here, if we take a look, for instance, at the ceiling wage, we can see that the libxml2 library, which is, by the way, used also by PHP, Ruby, and many more languages, the nested node limit is set to 255, and all the nodes above are getting removed. While in the context of the JavaScript, Python, and Java language, this time there is like no limits related to it. And finally, in the context of the browser, so here it is written that it is related to the dump parser API, but it mainly occurs in all kind of HTML parsing that you can have in the context of a browser. So this time, the nested node limit is set to 511, and this time, all the nodes above are getting flattened. So what the node flattening is, if we take a look at the following example, we can see on the left that we have 509 divs, which contain an SVG tag, which contain a style tag. And in the output, there is like no mutation. We have the output which we was expecting to have. But if we append only one more div, this time, we can see that the style tag at the bottom is getting flattened out the SVG tag. And what is even more interesting here is that even if the style tag is getting flattened out the SVG tag, it is still parsed as SVG, meaning that the node flattening occurs after the node has been parsed. So why is this interesting? If we take again the following example, we can see on the left that in the HTML namespace, we can't have two nested A tag. But if we try to use the node flattening to force an A tag to be flattened out of an SVG tag, because the second A tag is parsed as SVG, it is possible after the first parsing to create something which is supposed to be invalid, but which is going to mutate if we reparse it. So based on that, you might be thinking that this is enough to bypass DOMPurify. But unfortunately, because of some security and research, there is a lot of mitigation in place that limit the way nodes can like switch namespaces. So we aren't going to cover it today, but keep in mind that this wasn't enough. So what ICSfont used then is related to HTML parsing state. So there is a lot of stuff about it into the HTML specification, but we are going to focus on only two of them, which is the insertion mode and the stack of open elements. So again, in the HTML specification, it is written that the HTML insertion modes affects how tokens are processed. So tokens can also be called nodes. So in other words, it's a bit like namespaces, as we've seen at the beginning, but in the context of the HTML namespace itself. Meaning that the insertion modes aim to describe how those child of a specific node in the HTML namespace are going to be parsed. As an example, here you have the definition of the in-caption insertion modes, and it is written that if within a caption tag, we have a start tag whose name is caption, so a caption tag in a caption tag, then the HTML parser needs to pop elements from the stack. So it might not be clear here, but if we continue reading, we can see that the stack of open elements is a stack which grows downwards and has on this top the first node which has been parsed, and at the bottom, the last one which has been parsed. So if we try to take all of this information and create an example out of it, we can see on the left that we have two nested captions, so for the in-caption insertion modes, and above and below the second caption, we have a div tag. And on the right, if we take a look into the dump tree related to it, we can see that the second div tag, because of the way the stack of open elements works, is getting popped out down the tree out of the first caption tag. So what makes it even more interesting is that the stack of open elements and the insertion modes doesn't take into account the namespace of the nodes. Meaning that it is possible to have between the two captions an HVG tag, to have some tag parsed as HVG. So on the bottom, we see that there is style tag, which is supposed to be parsed as HVG. But because of the insertion mode of the encaption tag, when we parse it, we can see that it falls down in the HTML namespace, and here we have an XSS. So this is still not enough, because this mutation occurs only on one HTML parsing. So next, what ASYS used is the fact that the encaption insertion modes falls back into the in-body insertion modes. So again, it might not be clear, but thanks to this, it is possible to have the payload on top left. So it is a table tag which contain a caption tag, which contain a table tag, which contain a caption tag. And here, because of the presence of the table tag between the two captions, the insertion mode is getting reset in a way. So here we have a situation where we can have like two nested captions. So if we use that situation to force the last caption tag to get flattened out the last table tag using the not flattening, it is possible to create, after the first parsing, a tree which has two nested captions, so an invalid setup, which on the second parsing is going to create an XSS. So if we sum up, to bypass DOMPurify 3.1.0, on the left we can see that we have 506 divs, and in between we have a style tag at the bottom which contain the payloads, and the two nested captions and the two nested table. On the right, so this is what DOMPurify is saying, we can see that the last caption is getting flattened out of the last table tag. So here everything is safe because the style tag is parsed as SVG. But if we take the output and we parse it using, for example, inner HTML, we can see that this time, because of the encaption insertion modes, the style tags falls down into the HTML namespace, which create a confusion. So the content is now parsed as text, which creates an XSS. So this is all for the first bypass. Now we are going to continue on the second one, which has been found by myself, related to the version 3.1.1. So this focus, this time, is mostly due to the way that Cure53 fixed this issue. So Cure53 is the company that developed DOMPurify. So to fix the previous issue, they put it in place two main mitigations. The first one is that now, starting this version, it is not possible to have more than 252 nested nodes. So the previous bypass isn't possible. And to track the depth of a node, they use a custom depth property, which aims to get the information of the depth. You might think that they might be using like a JavaScript API to do that, but there is no such API. So basically, they just take the current node which is being sanitized, they access the parent node, they check the depth property, and they append one. And when they reach 252, they remove all the node above. And okay, to make sure that this fix doesn't get bypassed, they put it in place some dump clobbering protection to make sure that the depth attribute isn't something else than undefined or a number. So for those who do not know what dump clobbering is, here is a small example for you. On the left, you have a div tag which has an ID set to X, a form tag with an ID set to Y, and an input tag with a name set to Z. So on the right, on what is supposed to be a JavaScript console, you can see that by accessing the X variable, we get a link to the div tag, which has the same ID value. And if we try to do the same, but this time with the y.z variable, we get a link to the input tag. So on the second example, this is mostly due to the way links are created on form tags. And thanks to this, it is possible to overwrite like any attribute of a form tag. So what can we do is that we can, within a form tag, it puts an input tag which has a name set to parent node. So if we try to access the parent node of the form tag, the result is going to now be an input tag and not a div tag because of the dump clubbering. And if we try to access this time the depth attribute, it's going to be undefined. Why? Because now the child of the form tag is a tag which is present below the tree, so it haven't been sanitized yet, meaning that the depth attribute doesn't exist. And so this is only working because, so we can't really see on the bottom, but Curve63 was accessing the parent node property using a dot notation and not the getter, meaning that it was possible to collaborate. And meaning that we can use the following payloads. So we have 200 divs which contain a form which contain an input with a name set to parent node, and into it we have again 200 divs. And because of the depth attribute, which is going to be undefined when the form depth is going to be computed, it is possible to reset the count, which allows here to have 500 nested tags, where the limit was supposed to be 252. So if we do this bypass twice in a row, it is possible to reach the not flattening limit again. And by simply copy pasting the second part of the IC front bypass, we can bypass DOMPurify again. So now, for the last bypass, we are going to focus on version 3.1.2. So for this bypass, they put it in place two more stronger mitigation. The first one is that they block dump clubbering by stop using the dot parent node access, and instead they decided to use the getter. And the second mitigation is related to the HZG to HTML namespace switch. So this one is really limiting us because the second part of the IC front bypass isn't working anymore. So on the right, you have an example of it. You can see that starting DOMPurify 3.1.2, if you try to use the title tag, which is, as we've seen at the beginning, an HTML integration point, which allows to switch from SVG back to HTML. This time, because of the limitation, all the tag which was supposed to be parsed as HTML in that context are getting removed. So I said that it wasn't possible to do dump clubbering anymore, but I was lying a bit. So here is something which could be called, in a way, second-order dump clubbering. So on the top left, you have a form tag which has an ID set to X. And what's important here is that the input attribute isn't within the form tag, but below, with a form attribute set to Y and a name set to Z. So if we try to do the same thing that we have done before when we was playing with dump clubbering, we can see that accessing x.z this time lead to undefined because the input tag isn't within the form tag. But thanks to the form attributes, if we set the form ID to the same value as the form attributes, the link is going to be recreated. So on the top right, we can see that we update the form attribute to Y. And this time, if we try to access y.z, we get a link to the input tag. And why is this interesting? Well, it's mostly due to the way that DOMPurify attribute sanitizing works. So the first thing it is going to do is to take the attribute value. The second thing is to trim it. Third, to sanitize it, and then to overwrite it. So on the right, you can see that there is a small normalization. All the space at the beginning and at the end are getting removed. And the fun fact is that this occurs after the dump clubbering checks have been made, meaning that we can have something which is not clubbered when the checks are made, but clubbered after. So if we use this trick to have a form with an ID set to A with a space, and within it 500 divs, with at the very bottom an input tag which has a form attribute set to A and a name attribute set to depth. Thanks to this, it is possible to break the count again and to have something which bypass the limit. So again, at this time, we might think that this is cool and it should be enough to bypass DOMPurify again. But as we've seen, the second mitigation blocks the second part of the bypass. So this time, I decided to stop reading the HTML specification and start to do a bit of fuzzing. So we aren't going to cover the script I was using, but you can simply imagine a JavaScript file with like three for loops, iterating over all the HTML elements and just praying to have like something cool in the output. And thanks to this, I managed to find the following mutation, which I decided to call the elevator. You will know why in a few minutes. So on the left, you can see that there is an X tag, which contains a Y tag, which contains a Z tag, and two nested buttons, which has in between a Z tag. So what's important is also to see that there is a style tag, which is before at the same level as the first button tag. But if we parse it, we can see that the style tag falls at the same level as the tag which was in between the two buttons and above the two buttons. So here, the Z tag. So if we try to update this tag to put an X instead, we can see that this time the style tag falls at the same level of the X tag. So we have, in a way, a mutation which allows you to decide where a tag is going to fall. And using it, we also can traverse namespace. So here you can see that on the top we have a Y tag in the HVG namespace, a Z tag in the HTML namespace, and between the two buttons, the Y and the Z tag. And if we try to parse it, the style tag, which was at the bottom at the same level of the, which was at the bottom of the payload, which was at the same level of the first button tag, we can see that he falls into the HTML namespace. So the only limitation of it is that you need to have an Y tag, which is allowed on both the HTML namespace and the HVG namespace. And if we take a look into the DOMPurify source code, we can see that there is, for example, the A tag, which match exactly what we are looking for. But again, this is not enough because we can't switch from HVG to HTML. So again, I decided to do some fuzzing. And I found a variant of this mutation, which seems to work in the context of the image tag conversion to EMG by the browser. So for those who do not know, the image tag and the EMG tag are both the same. The only difference is that one is supposed to be used in the HVG namespace for the image tag, and the other is supposed to be used in the HTML namespace for the EMG tag. So here we can see that if we put an image tag in the HTML namespace, when it will be converted in EMG, the same mutation occurs, and we have the style tag which falls from the HVG namespace to the HTML namespace. So why is this interesting? I said at the beginning that DOMPurify no blocks any HVG to HTML namespace, but it doesn't block an HVG to HVG namespace switch. Meaning that we can use the title tag to switch to HVG with an HVG tag, and within the last HVG tag, we put the image tag. So now, by using the not flattening one more time, it is possible to force the last image tag to be flattened out the HVG tag. So he falls into the HTML namespace, but because of the way the not flattening works, it will be still parsed as HVG. So here we can create, in a way, the exact scenario we are having in this slide. So if we sum up, on the top, on the left, we have a form tag with an ID set to X with a space. At the bottom, we have an input tag with a form attribute set to X with a name set to depth. So this is for the second order DOM clubbing. And in between, we have 504 divs with the elevator mutation with the two image tag and the two HVG tag to force the mutation to occur on the second parsing. So on the right, we can see that everything is OK. The style tag at the bottom is parsed as HVG. So this is exactly what we want. And the last image tag is getting flattened out the last HVG tag. So here we have everything we need. And if we parse it one more time, because of the elevator mutation, the style tag is going to fall down into the HTML namespace. So again, the content is going to be parsed as text, which create a mutation, which create an XSS. So this was the last bypass, but before ending this presentation, I was wanting to speak very quickly about something we have found with HashKitten and GreHack, which is related to triple HTML parsing bypass. So in the previous three DOMPurify bypass that we have seen, there is one big limitation, which is you need to have a context which parsed your HTML string, only twice. If there is, for example, the following library, which is called mermaid.js, which use two DOMPurify in a row, or simply a website which is going to first parse your HTML on the server side before sending it into the clients, then this won't work because DOMPurify is going to detect the mutation. So what we have done is that we have further bits, and we have found the following payload on the left. So again, I'm not going to explain it, but everything is going to be detailed in an article I'm going to release after this talk. The only thing that you need to see is that on the first parsing, so the DOMPurify one, the depth of nodes is going to be 4, and we have a specific pattern which is repeats 510 times. If we parse it one more time, this time the depth is going to be increased by the number of patterns, so here 510 times, which is going to trigger the node flattening. So we have some tags which was parsed as HTML, which no falls in the MATML namespace. But again, because of the way the node flattening works, there is like no mutation here for the moment. But if we parse it one more time, this time we get an XSS, as the style tag is going to be parsed as MATML. So there is a switch between text and HTML, which creates an XSS. So finally, what's next? So to fix also this issue, Cure53 decided to put in place a specific regex, which you can find on the boards. So essentially, what they was doing is they decided to stop allowing any kind of HTML comments, style tag or style tag or title tag closure within an attribute. So this is huge because this was used in any mutation XSS bypass. So I think for the moment, at least, it will be like really hard to bypass DOMPurify. So to conclude, in this presentation, we have seen 3 DOMPurify bypasses on default configuration, which involves a lot of interesting HTML behaviors, like the node flattening, the insertion modes, the elevator mutation. But something which is really important to remind is that today, the whole DOMPurify security relies only on a simple regex, meaning that there is some very specific configuration that we are going to cover today, which can lead now to bypass even on the latest version. And this is going to be the subject of an article I'm going to release in like 2 or 3 weeks. And yeah, that's all. If you have any questions, do not hesitate.
Thank you very much. Like the previous talk, we don't have time for questions, so thank you. And this is now the next break. Please be there at 3:30 sharp, as the next session will be starting. And do not hesitate to ask questions to our 3 last previous speakers.
Merci, c'était parfait.
jaune. En bas c'est mute, on s'en fout la couleur. En bas c'est mute, en haut ça marche.
Moi je le colle là, de toute façon.
Tu veux
Ouais.
Chacun son truc. Voilà. Et en fait,
Ok. Test.
Ça va arriver.
Je crois que le mien il est off. Non? Alors il faut appuyer.
Si ça marche.
Ouais? Ah d'accord.
Test.
Okay, take your seat.
Okay, could everyone take a seat? We are going to start the next session. I hope everyone had a nice break. We are going to start the new session with Charles, who's going to talk about hacking the PHP engine using glibc. Charles?
Hi. So yeah, last year I found a bug in the glibc by complete accident. And I used the bug to compromise the PHP engine in two different ways. Sadly, we only have 30 minutes, so I will only talk about the first one, which is the easiest one, but probably the most useful one as well. No summary because we don't have time. No who am I either, we don't care. Discovery. So the most important part is what can we do with a file read primitive in PHP? That's the starting point. Well, obviously we can read a file, okay? So we can read TC password, it's already a pretty good bug. But since it's PHP, we can also use network protocols such as HTTP or FTP. That all works. So it's basically an SSRF as well. So it's pretty good. But it's even better because there are also other PHP-specific protocols that we can use, such as //, which lets you read inside the contents of a file archive. A file archive, for those who don't know, is basically the same as jar for Java. It stands for PHP archive. It will contain source files, resources, and also serialized metadata. And when you access the contents of a file file using // it will deserialize the metadata. So, a very good attack, starting from 2018, I think, it was to, when you had a file read primitive in PHP, you would find a way to upload a file on the server, and then read the file using // and you would get arbitrary deserialization. And arbitrary deserialization using tools such as PHP GGC often means RCE. So that's a very good attack vector. But in PHP 8, the deserialization has been removed because they actually didn't use the serialized metadata. So it made absolutely no sense. But yeah. So starting from PHP 8, which came out 4 years ago, this attack vector is gone. So people have started to think about other attack vectors, and they are focused on PHP // filter, which allows you to apply transforms to a stream before it's returned to you. The idea is that you indicate a resource, such as a file or an HTTP resource or an FTP resource, everything that we've seen before, and then you apply a list of transforms onto it. A very simple example, say that we want to read etc password and we want to convert it to base64. To do this, we can read etc password and then convert it, or we can use a PHP filter string such as this one, which indicates a single filter, which is convert.base64 encode, and the resource as etc password. And what you get is the base64 encoded version of etc password.
The nice thing about filter is that you can stack as many as you want. So you can have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, even thousands if you want. Like there's no limit at all. So here I'm calling base64 encode twice, so I get a file that is base64 encoded twice. Okay, so obviously you can do other things than base64 encode. You can put your stream in uppercase using string.upper, or in lowercase with string.lower. You can do some very, very old cryptography with string.road13. Obviously don't use it, I don't know why it's there. And there's also a dechunk filter that we're going to talk a little bit more afterwards that lets you decode HTTP chunked encoding. And there's also a very interesting filter that allows you to convert from some char set X to a char set Y. And the name of the filter is convert.iconv.x.y. So a quick example for the last one. Say that you have a file in UTF-8 and you want to convert it to UTF-16. Well, you can just use this filter, so convert.iconv.utf8.utf16, and the conversion is made automatically, as you can see. Well, filters are really, really interesting as an attacker for many reasons. And I started studying them in last year. And what I wanted to check was whether or not we could use filters to add an arbitrary prefix, which had already been done by other attackers, but also an arbitrary suffix to a file. And the idea for this is in cases like this. So you have a file read primitive, which is nice, but right after, it passes your file into like using a JSON or XML or stuff like this. So if you try to read etc password, obviously it will not work because it's not JSON. And well, that kind of limits what you can do with your file read primitive. It's actually pretty bad now. But if you can add an arbitrary prefix and suffix using PHP filters onto any file, you can make any file look like any other file. And so you can make etc password look like JSON, and then your file read primitive now works, and it's like the best file read primitive that you can have, a simple file read primitive. And I managed to do that. The name of the tool is VrapVrap. It's on our blog. You can see the link on the bottom. But what we really care about today is when I started building the tool, I didn't have much idea of how filters worked in PHP. So I built a few brute force scripts to get an idea of what some conversion followed by some other conversion followed by some other conversion would do to a file. Okay? And after running my scripts for like a few hours, I actually got a crash. But it wasn't like a PHP error. It was a crash, like a real crash, like the program failed. And well, I had been working with PHP for like 20 years, so I kind of felt like it was PHP's fault, but it wasn't. It was the fault of the glibc. And the reason for this is that when PHP does a character set conversion, it will use iconv, which is an API of the glibc, to do the conversion. The way iconv works is you call iconv open with some input char set and some output char set to get a conversion object. And then you send to the function iconv this conversion object with an input buffer with some size and an output buffer with some other size. And iconv says that it will not read too many bytes in the input buffer and not write too many bytes in the output buffer. Otherwise, you have an out-of-bound read or an out-of-bound write, which is problematic. Well, it turns out that when you convert to ISO 2022 CNX, which is a Chinese character set that you probably never heard of, I didn't, well, it may sometimes fail to check the bounds before it issues some escape sequences. And the result for an attacker is that we may get an overflow from 1 to 3 bytes, but we don't really control the bytes that that the overflow consists of. We can get only one of the 6 values here. So we may have like $*h or $+i or $+j, etc., but that's only one of the 6 values. So it's a bug, but it's not that good. Just to give you an idea, those are the characters that may actually trigger the overflow. Those are Chinese characters. I have no idea what they mean, but yeah, they give you an overflow. So if we look at the vulnerability, we have a 1 to 3 bytes overflow, which is okay, I guess. We don't control the values, which is not that good. But in addition to this, we have lots of conditions to reach the bug, because we need to control the output char set for the conversion. It needs to be ISO 2022 CNX. We need to control part of the input buffer so that we can put in the Chinese characters that I was telling you about. And also, we need to have a suitable output buffer. if the output buffer is way too big compared to the input buffer, well, we will not be able to reach the end of it, and therefore we will not have the overflow that we want. And so I spent, I think, weeks looking for targets, and I couldn't find any. Like, I was really close with some really good targets, but in the end, it didn't work. So I was kind of frustrated, and I went back to PHP filters because I knew that I could crash them because I got a crash without even trying. So the idea now is that, well, we have a file read primitive, and instead of having the standard impact of having a file read on an SSRF, we want a shell. We want remote code execution. So how do we do this? Well, to understand how we can do this, we need to understand parts of PHP, such as its heap. So the heap is the thing that does the allocations and the allocations. It's probably the simplest heap that I've ever seen, so don't worry, it will be like very easy to understand. So the heap is page-based. It has 512 pages that each consists of 4,096 bytes, so 1,000 in hexadecimal. Each page contains chunks of a very specific size. So in each page, you can have chunks of some size, but only one size. So for instance, in one execution, you will have page 10 that contains chunks of size 100. In page 11, you may have chunks of size 30. Page 12, you may have chunks of size, I don't know, like 400. But it's always one chunk size per page. And then for free chunks, PHP will hold a singly linked list for each chunk size. So there's a free list for chunks of size 8, a free list for chunks of size 16, 13, 32, etc., etc. The free lists are last in, first out. So that means that if I free a chunk of size 50 and I allocate one, it will be allocated at the same place. And if you do heap exploitation on the glibc, on the libc, sorry, it's very similar to TKH, but completely unlimited and without any protections. To give you a better idea of how this looks in memory, so say that we have the heap on the left with 512 pages, and say that in page 5 we have chunks of size 400. So that means that in page 5, as you can see in the middle, we have 4 chunks. In my example, I have chunk 1 that is allocated, chunk 3 that is allocated, and chunk 2 and 4 that are not, which means that they are in the free list for chunks of size 400. So at the beginning of each of these chunks, in the beginning of chunk 2 and the beginning of chunk 4, we have a pointer to the next free chunk. So in the first 8 bytes of chunk 2, I have a pointer to the next free chunk. So now what happens if I overflow of 1 byte from chunk 1? Well, obviously the 1 byte is going to go in chunk 2, and it will overwrite the least significant byte of the pointer that is contained in chunk 2. So now chunk 2, instead of pointing to the next free chunk, it points to, well, close to the next free chunk, but a little bit higher or a little bit lower, depending on where the pointer originally was pointing. Which means that we have altered some free list, which is a very good starting point to get code execution, even though it's only the beginning. So it looks very easy to exploit, right? Like the heap is really simple. No metadata, very simple to understand. Well, no protections at all. So why is it that you don't see remote binary exploits for PHP more, right? Because people always say that PHP is really bad security-wise. Why don't you see more remote binary exploits? Well, the main reason is that you have a one heap for one request policy in PHP. It's not a security measure, but every time you send an HTTP request, it will create a heap, allocate your HTTP parameters, so get, post, cookies, etc., into the heap. Then it will run the script, which means that it will compile the scripts that are used by your script, compile the script that are used by the script that are used by your script. So that's thousands of allocations on the allocations. And then it will run the script, and then it will destroy the heap entirely. So imagine that you have found a bug in the PHP engine. Well, the first thing that you need to do is find an application that will let you trigger the bug, okay? That's already pretty hard. But in addition to this, during exactly the same script execution, you need to have the application use the bug. And the difference with other bugs is that generally you can send like several requests to set up your heap, and then a few more to trigger your bug, then you get your leak, and then you send a few more to reset up your heap, and then you send a few more to trigger the bug, and then you get your shell. Here, it's one request to get the leak, and one request to get the shell, which makes it really hard to exploit. you have to understand that in between the triggering of the bug and the usage of the bug, you cannot send anything else, like the script is running on itself. So it's basically a black box. You send it information, and you expect it to exploit itself. So yeah, the heap is simple to understand, but pretty hard to exploit. And now we can jump onto a PHP filter and understand how it works. Again, it's very simple. I've simplified it a lot, but as it stands, it's pretty simple. So we have a two-step process. The first, it will read the resource that you indicate as a stream, and then it will apply filters that you have indicated as well, one by one on the stream. So how is a stream represented? Well, generally, when you represent a stream, you will have a collection of buffers with some size that are linked together. So it's called buckets in PHP. So you have a first bucket, which contains part of the file. Then the second bucket that contains part of the file as well. And then the bucket that comes afterward, bucket 3, etc., etc. So for instance, if we read etc password, we may have the first 5 bytes of etc password in bucket 1, then 10 more bytes or 20 more bytes, and then a few more bytes in bucket 3, etc., etc. And so the list of buckets here, it's called a bucket brigade. Now that PHP has the bucket brigade, it can apply filters onto it. So we'll take the first filter, it will take the first bucket as well, and it will start applying it onto it. So it goes on, applies the first filter. So for instance, if it's base64 decode, it decodes the first bucket. Then it goes on to bucket 2, decodes it, then on to bucket 3, etc. So here you end up with a new bucket brigade, and you can apply the second filter onto it, and then the third one, and the fourth one, etc., up until you're done, and you are done processing your stream. So we want to convert a file read into RCE, and it doesn't look too hard now, because, well, the file read is a file read already, so we can use it to read binaries. So we don't really have to get a leak, because we can read the libc to get symbols. We can read PHP to get other symbols. We can even check if the libc is patched by just reading it and looking in the code. We don't really care about ASLR and Pi, because we can read proc self maps. And a corollary to this is that the address of the PHP heap is known. We will see that it's useful afterwards. And also, it kind of feels like, since we have the bucket brigade technology and we can send as many filters as we want, it kind of feels like we can do arbitrary allocations and deallocations. We will see that it's not really the case, but it gives us, I mean, it makes us pretty happy about the exploitation. But at the same time, we're exploiting a web target, so we want a web exploit, right? We want something that we don't have to tune every time we send it to a new application. We want something that works against any application, against any PHP version, against any heap state, and we want an exploit that is completely reliable, and bonus point if it doesn't crash. So how do we do this? Well, we have a lot of problems ahead of us. The first one is that I was telling you about lots of buckets, you know, but when PHP reads a file or an HTTP resource or anything, it will only create one bucket with everything inside it. So if I read etc password, it will create a single bucket with everything inside. If I read an HTTP resource, I get a single bucket with the whole HTTP response into it. And that makes exploitation pretty hard because we cannot spray, we cannot pad the heap, we can't even use the altered free list that we create using the overflow. So it's doable, but it's really, really, really annoying. So we need to find a way to create, well, more buckets. And a way to do this is, well, the single one to do it, is zlib inflate, which will actually decompress the stream into several buckets. So obviously zlib inflate, what it does is it decompresses zlib compressed data. And the way it's implemented is that it will create a bucket with 8 pages, decompress into it. And if it's not big enough, instead of reallocating the bucket, it will create a new bucket to store the rest. And then if it's not big enough, it creates a new one, etc. So what you get is lots of buckets, as many as you want, but they all have a really bad size of 8 pages, which is completely impractical for exploitation. So now we have as many buckets as we want, but the size is bad, so we need to resize them. A way to do so is to use the undocumented but pretty well-known dchunk filter. As I've said before, the dchunk filter, what it does is that it will decode a string, which is HTTP chunk to code it. And for those who don't know, it's, again, a very simple encoding where you have every time a size that is sent as ASCII X, and then some data, and then a size, and then some data, and then a size, and then some data, up until the point where you send the size of 0, which indicates the end of the buffer. As you can see here, the example will first read 8, which indicates that it will send 8 more bytes. Then it sends the 8 bytes. Then it sends 11, which indicates 17 more bytes because it's in hexadecimal, and it reads 17 more bytes, etc. And then it reads at the very end 0, which indicates the end of the stream. So now we have an easy way to resize our buckets, right? Like in bucket 1, if we wanted to have a size of 148, we write 148, new line, or data, new line, and then 0 to end the stream. We do the same in bucket 2. If we wanted to have a size of 100, we write 100, new line, data, new line, 0, new line, and so on. And we call gchunk, and it doesn't work. And the reason for this is that even though buckets are like parsed independently, well, separately, they are not parsed independently. So when it passes bucket 1, it reads the size, it reads the data, everything goes fine, and then it reads the size of 0, which indicates the end of the stream. So, well, the stream has ended, so it doesn't need to read bucket 2 or bucket 3 or bucket 4. Like, it just stops processing the stream. And so you end up with exactly the same situation as before, a single bucket with an arbitrary size. But we go back to square one, so it's useless. Luckily for us, we can do a very simple trick where in each bucket, we only write one chunk size and one data. And to do so, we just pad the size with like thousands of zeros, so that in bucket 1, we have the size of 148, then the data, and that's it. And then it jumps onto bucket 2. It processes it as well properly, and then goes on to bucket 3, bucket 4, etc. So at this point, with only 2 filters, we are able to convert a single bucket into as many buckets as we want with the size that we want. So we are getting closer to a good state to exploit. But it's not enough, because we actually need an exploit algorithm. As I was saying before, generally you have to send a few requests to set up your heap, then you send your requests to exploit, and then you need to send other requests to actually use the bug. And here we need to do this using a single PHP filter string. So we need to be able to have several steps in the exploit in which each chunks get allocated and deallocated, but without sending anything else. So a way to do this is to actually think about only one chunk size and completely ignore the rest. Since the allocator is page-based, if I focus on one chunk size, for instance 100, chunks that are bigger, I'm not going to see in the exploitation because they are allocated somewhere else. And chunks that are smaller, it's the same, I'm not going to see them, they are somewhere else. So if I focus on one chunk size, resizing a chunk is kind of equivalent to allocating it or deallocating it. And now I just need a way to be able to resize buckets as the exploitation goes on without interacting with the script. And to do so, I built my buckets as Russian doors of chunked encoding, as you can see on the image on the left. And now, every time I call gchunk, every single of my buckets will have its size changed. So bucket 1 may have a size that is too big at the beginning, but then in step 2 it has a proper size. Then in step 3, the size that is too small. And so I can make buckets appear or disappear in the exploitation using this very simple system. And now I have basically everything I need. I can create chunks, and I can deallocate them at will without interacting with the script. So now I just need to control some free list using my primitive, and it's pretty easy. I have a 1-byte overflow. I focus on chunks of size OX100, as I've said, and I want to overwrite a next pointer entirely. So to do so, I first pad the heap, and I end up in step 1, where I have 3 free chunks, A, B, and C, with A as the head of the free list. So we have A that points to B that points to C. And I allocate these 3 chunks. We are in step 2, and then I free them, and we are in step 3. And now what we have is a reverse free list, where we have C that points to B that points to A. Then we get into step 4, and what we do is write at offset 48 in C an arbitrary pointer. Here I've written 11223344, but obviously you write whatever you want. And then you can allocate B and A as well, and free everything. And we are in step 5. And in step 5, we are exactly in the same state as in step 1, but in C, at offset 48, we have an arbitrary pointer. So now we overflow from chunk A. When we overflow from chunk A, we overwrite the pointer that is in B, okay? And so we displace it and we add 48 to its address. So now B was pointing to C, it's now pointing to C plus 48, which means that it points exactly where we've put our arbitrary pointer. And we can then allocate 3 more chunks. We allocate B, C plus 48, and then we allocate at an arbitrary address. So yeah, we're getting really close to exploitation now, but the only thing that we need to worry about is that PHP will willingly allocate anything at any address, but then it will try to free it. And if it tries to free it and it's not in the heap, well, where it should be, it will crash. So we need to go really fast. And in order to go really fast, I chose to overwrite a structure which is called Zend heap, which is at the top of the PHP heap region, which we can find by reading proxf maps. Because it contains custom allocation functions, and I kind of did like the CTF trick where we replace the free function with system. And now when PHP tries to free something, it will actually call system onto it. So it gives us a way to execute a command. So yeah, quick demo. So I chose to focus on Cosmic Sting, which is a vulnerability that came out in June. It's an x6c pre-authentication on Magento. So obviously it allows you to read files. And without my exploit, the idea is that you can read any file you want on the system. So you can use the secrets that are located in some file, I don't remember the name, to create API keys. And so you have access to the admin API. But you don't have RCE. With my exploit, you straight up have RCE. So, yeah. On the left, you have a Magento website with absolutely nothing onto it. And on the bottom right, you have hopefully a shell at some point. And on top right, you have your exploit. Yay. Yeah. Quickly, a few words about the exploit. It's on GitHub, so you can use it. It's not tailored to Magento. Like you can use it for any FireRead primitive. So it works against any target. As long as you have a FireRead, you use it, and it works. It works from PHP 7+ to the current version. So that's 10 years of PHP covered with a single binary exploit, which I think is pretty cool. And also, you can use it against any PHP application. It can be like a Symfony website that is used by many, many people, or just an indie website that has been completely forgotten. It will work in any case. It's 100% reliable. I mean, almost. Also, the payload is really small because the first thing that we do is decompress it using zlibinflate, if you remember correctly. And that means that it's suitable for get parameters as well. Like the payload is not too big to send it using get. So that means that it can go anywhere. And in addition to this, you don't need to send anything else. You just send your PHP filter string and you get your shell. Like you don't need to send other PHP HTTP parameters to set up the heap or anything. Like everything is in a single PHP filter string. So yeah, basically it converts FireRead primitives into RCE in PHP. Yeah, I think I have time for a conclusion, right? Yeah. So yeah, that's a new attack vector for PHP. Now, when you have a FireRead, you have RCE, as long as the glibc is not patched, obviously. And that was also a way to attack PHP in many different ways, which I wasn't able to describe here because we don't really have time. I was able to get RCE on Roundcube, which is a famous webmail, but it was through direct calls to iconf, so it's a completely different exploit. It's way harder, way more annoying. And hopefully, I'm hoping for targets, like other targets to come out if like people look into the bug. I actually spent, I think, 2 weeks looking for other targets. I couldn't find any, but maybe someone will be more like successful than I was. Well, I guess it would be discovered as time goes by. Sorry. And regarding timeline, I found the bug last year, but I couldn't exploit it straight up because I was working on something else. So I started at the beginning of 2024, reported it at the end of March, and the glibc security team were really, really amazing. They were competent, they were fast, and they were nice, which is pretty strange. Like usually, they're not even one of these qualities. And so they patched the bug, I think, in 1 week. And the bug was released after a 2-week embargo as CV 2024-2961. And so yeah, as I've said before, only 30 minutes, so I couldn't speak about lots of things. But if you're interested in this, there's our blog, ambionix.io/blog. There's the GitHub with every exploit, and there's my Twitter if you have questions. And that's it.
Thank you very much, Charles. We are straight on time, so we don't have time for questions, unfortunately, but you can then meet with Charles and ask him your questions later. And we are going now to welcome Corentin.
C'était pile? J'avais pas le temps. On va... Alors, je peux en voir. Ah ouais, possible. Ouais, attends, prends ma place. C'est simple, c'est de te mettre ici. Ouais. Non, c'est bon. Ah, de quel côté il est je peux le mettre là. Ah, ok, d'accord. Je peux attendre qu'il démarre, je peux le brancher déjà. J'avais pas vu la course encore, on a encore du bon boulot, bravo, c'est incroyable. Merde, c'est stylé comme vecteur d'attaque. J'arrive pas à le... J'ai hâte de voir quand j'ai petit. Ouais, mais c'est tout simple, voilà. Quel problème? J'arrive pas à coincer ça, ça repart en arrière et ça tire dessus du coup. Du coup, il va te t'arracher. C'est bon. Ouais, je pense que je vais m'en sortir. C'est un électrique sensible. Ça aussi, je peux faire. Pardon? Oui. Ok. Non, pour l'instant je sors pas, j'ai rien fait. Hop, je vois. Ça va sentir? C'est bon? Non, c'est bon. On voit pas. On voit pas mon écran. Attends, qu'est-ce que je suis censé faire en fait? Parce que sinon, on voit pas. Non, bah là pour l'instant, ah ça y est, c'est bon, c'est parfait. Ok. Non mais il va le lancer.
Okay. Okay, so now we are ready for the next talk. Corentin will talk about vulnerability research on hypervisors.
Vous m'entendez? Est-ce que ça marche? On m'entend ou pas? Okay. Hi everyone, thank you to be there for my talk, Attacking Hypervisors, where we will be talking about VM escape on VirtualBox. Quick word about me. Okay. I'm Corentin Baillet, I'm a security researcher and CTO at Reverse Tactics, and I'm mainly interested in low-level reverse engineering and exploits, so kernel, OS security, obviously hypervisors, and embedded software also. You may have seen my talk last year here at GreHack, where I did an introduction to VM escape, where I introduced a lot of concepts of what is a VM escape, what is a hypervisor security. I introduced a lot of concepts that I will not retell today, so it's better if you've seen this, but it's not mandatory. I will do a few reminders at the start. After this talk, earlier this year, we participated to Pontoon Vancouver in March. So Pontoon is a contest organized by ZDI, Zero Day Initiative, where you are rewarded for demonstrating zero-day exploits on popular targets that the ZDI decides. And on this contest, there is a virtualization category where there is multiple hypervisors, or VirtualBox, Workstation, ESXi, and Hyper-V. And during the contest, the rules are quite simple. Your exploit needs to demonstrate a virtual machine escape. So you start in the guest with administrator or root privileges. The guest can be Linux or Windows, whatever. And you must demonstrate code execution on the host. In our case, it is an updated Windows running VirtualBox. And after that, after your VM escape, you can chain it with a local elevation privilege. So by attacking the Windows kernel for a bonus price, but it's not part of the virtualization part. And a small information about the configuration. So of course, virtual machines can have a great variety of configurations when you can change the hardware that is the emulated hardware that is exposed to the VM, and it has a very big impact on the attack surface. And there is no actual default configuration. So you can choose to enable things, expose some hardware, but it must represent something real life, like you could find in the real life. And you ask ZDI if the configuration is okay, and they will tell you yes or no. But you don't have a clear vision of what you can enable or what you can't. You just have to ask. And finally, about VirtualBox. VirtualBox, if you already use virtual machines, you might have used it because it's the most popular for the basic features of an hypervisor. It is open source. It is really easy to use. It is free to use. It works on most operating systems. So yeah, it's a great product. And it's maintained by Oracle. They do not do any profit on this, so it's really cool. And but on the other side, they don't have a team 100% dedicated for the VirtualBox security. So during this talk, I will do just a few reminders at the start of a few things I need for the talk. And then my goal is to show how I did my vulnerability research on VirtualBox, targeting the point-to-one contest. So I already knew hypervisors before, but I never worked on a VirtualBox, even if I heard of it. Never worked actually on it. So I will demonstrate how I did my research from zero to an exploit, so with exploit development, and I will conclude at the end. So a few reminders quickly. So an hypervisor is a software that can manage one or multiple virtual machines on a single physical computer. In our case, the hypervisor is VirtualBox. We have the host, which is the operating system running the hypervisor. In our case, it's Windows, an up-to-date Windows. The guest is the operating system running in the virtual machine, so you can have multiple guests. In our case, we just have one. It can be Linux or Windows, and it is the attacker in the scenario. And I want to introduce two small concepts I will use a lot in this presentation. The first one is a GPR, or guest physical address, which is an address in the memory of the guest, where the guest thinks it's physical memory, so he thinks it's actual RAM, but it's not because it's virtualized. But it's the main way to communicate with the host, because when you talk to hardware or hypervisor, you use physical memory. So it represents an address in the physical memory view of the guest. And the second thing I want to introduce is paravirtualization, which is a virtualization technique where you modify the guest OS, you add drivers, you add specific components to the guest to directly communicate with the hypervisor. So instead of emulating a real hardware, you just use specific interfaces for virtualization. And it is done to improve performance, usually, or to add features to the VM, like shared folders or anything like that. So yeah, two small concepts. And finally, I want to speak a bit about the communication channel between the guest and the host. So the guest, when he talks to a hypervisor, he actually thinks he's talking to hardware, so this is the same mechanism. So you use access to read-write access to physical memory, with the guest thinks this is DMA, so direct memory access, so you write into specific physical memory ranges to have a shared memory with the host. And then you can trigger specific actions, like the hardware with PMIO and MMIO. So PMIO is port mapped input-output. So you trigger those by using privileged instruction. In x86, it's in and out, you might have seen before. And for MMIO, you just write in specific ranges, physical memory ranges that are reserved for the MMIO. And finally, there's the last part, which has hypercodes, which is specific to hypervisors for the para-virtualized device, so the thing I just talked about before. So yeah, so let's start about the vulnerability research. For me, the first step in the vulnerability research is to have a setup. You need to be able to debug everything you need, and of course, it might seem complicated for an hypervisor, but actually it's quite not. VirtualBox, the most code is in the user-learned process, so you can just debug it with GDB or WinDBG. You can even compile it yourself, so you can add things if you want. So there's not much to say on this part. It's quite simple. The thing I want to talk about is, in my opinion, you need a way to quickly test things. Like you want to be able to quickly test, reach some code, some hypervisor code easily. So like, the question is, how do you easily communicate with the hypervisor from the guest? And as I just said, the communication channels go through MMIO, PMIO, DMI, hypercalls. So to do that, you need to be able to read and write into the physical memory of the guest, and you need to be able to execute privileged instructions. So to do that, you need ring 0 privilege, and you are supposed to write kernel drivers. But of course, I don't want to write kernel drivers because it's written in low-level languages like C. You have to handle the whole memory allocation and everything. It's hell to compile for drivers, and it will be dependent of your operating system. It can even be dependent of your operating system version. So, of course, I don't. Each time I want to test something, I don't want to have to compile the driver on everything. So instead, I'm using an open source framework called ChipSec. Which was originally designed for testing the security of hardware or system chips, like UEFI, BIOS, SMM, whatever you want. And ChipSec already developed for Windows and Linux specific privileged drivers. It will expose privileged operation to the user land. So you can allocate, read, and write physical memory from the user land. You can execute privileged instruction, like hypercalls, PMIO. You can read and write on the PC device. So everything you need to actually talk to hardware or to an hypervisor. And it has a Python API, which makes it OS agnostic. You don't have to write code specific for an OS. So this is an example of a code snippet I use to actually trigger some code in the hypervisor. You can just initialize the ChipSec object, it will load the driver, and then you can just do this to allocate physical memory. You can write into physical memory, you can write into MMIO, and read in physical memory. You can do everything you need. So this is quite simple, and it's what I do when I'm doing hypervisor security. I'm just using Python. I don't want to compile the driver each time. So this is the first step. The second step, the actual first step for me, is the state of the art when you're doing the research. This is a very important step that you can't neglect. You have to put time into it. The first goal of the state of the art is to find generic information on the target. So public documentation, how the source code is architecture, how is it organized, is it fuzzed? If it's fuzzed, how is it fuzzed? Because you don't want to look at the same surfaces, for example. And the second part is, of course, you want to focus on this related security work. And you want to study the previous vulnerabilities because it will give you a lot of information. It will give you what kind of attack surfaces are exposed, the most targeted one. You can have the exploit techniques. It will tell you what kind of bugs are actually exploitable. You can extract what kind of bugs are present in the code base, which I call vulnerable patterns, because you might want to look to search these patterns. And you may even need to reproduce those bugs on vulnerable version to make sure you understand them correctly. So that's why I say you have to put time into it, because you might find bugs just like that. And during this phase, you should write a list of everything you need to check after, because it might give you ideas. So I was doing exactly that, my state of the art in the first days. And I was studying this bug exploited by a former colleague from Synactive, Major Tomsek, which he found on use for Pro 2023, so last year. And it was uninitialized memory in the function pgm-fizzread. So the function pgm-fizzread is used a lot in the code base because it's basically the function responsible for reading the guest physical memory. So it will take a source, the source address is the GPA, the guest physical address, and it takes a buffer on the side, so it will just memcopy from the guest memory to the host memory. So to do that, the function has to do two things. The first one, it has to split the access page by page, because each guest physical range can be located at a different place in the host memory, because it's not one-to-one. The physical memory is usually not contiguous. And the second thing is that you have to handle the MMIO accesses, because one GPA range, one physical memory range, can be registered as a MMIO, so a specific memory range. So you just can't read memory there. You have to call the appropriate MMIO handler to handle this part. So this is exactly what this function does. So this is an excerpt of the pgm-fizzread function. I simplified it a lot. You can do it as a loop. So start that loop on each page. It will take the size of the current page based on the offset. It will check if the page is an MMIO handler or not, and if it is, it will call this function, pgm-fizzread handler, to call the appropriate MMIO handler that is supposed to fill this buffer. And then if everything goes well, no problem. And if it fails, the function will stop right there. It will try to memset the buffer so it's not uninitialized, and return immediately, so without going through the other pages that might be remaining. The issue there is that this memset is not using the correct size. CB is not the size remaining in the PV buffer. It's actually the size of the current page. So if you call this function with 10, and you are supposed to read 10 pages, and an error happens on the first one, it will fill the buffer for the first page, but the 9 remaining pages will not be initialized. So this bug allows when you call it, when PGM fuse read is called from the host with a GPA you control, which is very common in the code base, it will read the buffer, the return buffer will not be initialized completely. So this is the very common pattern to be able to trigger it, but you need to find a specific code that will read some data from the guest, triggering the bug and get uninitialized data, and then write it back to the guest so we can read it and get actually the uninitialized data. And Major Tomsek the last year actually did it. He found this pattern in a device, XHCI, which is a USB 3 emulation. And he found it, he exploited 4.2, and he had a leak. So the impact of this bug, you can leak uninitialized data memory from the host, so you can get some stack or heap pointers, depending on where the buffer is, and you can defeat SLR. So this is the bug from Major Tomsek, not mine. And the patch was quite straightforward. They just changed the size here from CB to CB read to completely initialize the PVBuf buffer. So I was, okay, this is a great bug, but this function might still be dangerous if the PVBuf buffer is not filled. So what is happening in the PGM fuse read handler? Actually, is the buffer properly initialized there? And the PGM fuse read handler, as I said before, it will take the GPA given. It is supposed to be a MIO range, and depending on the guest physical address, it will call a specific handler. And there's a lot of different devices with a lot of different handlers, so they don't all do the same thing. But basically, they're supposed to read from the take the guest physical address, read some data, put it in the buffer, and return a success or not. And are they all doing that? Well, nope. There is, for example, this MIO handler for the bus logic device. Bus logic is a disk hard disk technology that you can enable. And there is a MIO handler just basically does nothing. It just returns a success. And there is even a macro preprocessor definition to make sure there is no warning because the arguments of the function are not used. So this handler does nothing and just return a success. So if you go back to the caller, this function will return a success and the PVBuf buffer is still not initialized. So this is a variant of the bug. We have the exact same pattern but triggered a different way. And the only thing we need to find is a MIO handler that will return a success without fully initializing the buffer. And there's a tiny detail with the handler has to be declared with a specific flag because originally the MIO handler are supposed to only read bytes size of 1, 2, or 4. But if you declare it with this flag, you can use any size. But this is exactly the case for the bus logic handler, so you can just use that. So I just have to enable the bus logic device, and I can trigger this bug and get some a leak. And can defeat SLR. I don't even have to find the exploit technique because it's the same as the Major Tomsek one. So just like that. So in the first few days, I found this bug just by doing my state of the art, and I already had a leak. So I need to find actual bug to exploit now. So my goal is to use the exact same technique, use my knowledge I acquired during my state of the art to find bugs, quick bugs, without going too deep in the code. Like. Anyway, hypervisors have a huge code base, so you can't audit everything from top to bottom. So the goal is to just use some tools like grep, or I use grep, but you can use CodeQL if you want, if you need. And the goal is just to find interesting code just by grepping or finding some interesting pattern like you collected during your state of the art. And you have another list of things to look at deeper. So I did that, and it was not a great success on virtual code base. I spent too much time because I found a lot of things, but it was mostly false positives. Like the vulnerability was not actually reachable, or they were not exploitable, or only reachable in the weirdest configuration that I could not use for the contest. So I spent a lot of time triggering a lot of bugs that I couldn't actually use. I spent like 2 or 3 weeks on using this technique without finding anything exploitable. But by doing this, I still acquired a lot of knowledge on the code base, so I've seen what was fine, what wasn't, and what kind of attack surface were interesting. And I decided to just take an attack surface and look at it from top to bottom. And to do that, I decided to look at the Virtio device implementation. So Virtio is a specification for a para-virtualization interface, so a specific component for hypervisors to expose to guests, and where you can implement multiple devices. For example, VirtualBox implements a Virtio disk and a Virtio network card, but there is more devices you can implement with this specification. For example, QMKVM has more devices. But So this implementation is, of course, public, so multiple hypervisors implemented it. Originally, it was for QEMU VM, but VirtualBox implemented it, and some other hypervisors too. And the good thing about this is that you can compare the implementation between the hypervisors. So, for example, you can compare the code with the QEMU VM one and find some weird thing, maybe. And the VirtualBox code actually felt a bit weird. Everywhere in the VirtIO core code, there was this macro processor definition, vbuff on stack. And if it's enabled, the virtubuf buffer will be allocated on the stack. And if it's not, it will be allocated on the heap. And I found, okay, this is weird code I've never seen before. I don't know why they do this. But what's even weirder is that in this specific part of the code, when this macro is true, it will allocate it in the heap using this function. If it's not, it will also allocate it in the heap. So, okay, this is really weird. I want to look at that. And that actually is the implementation of the VirtIO queues. VirtIO queues is a part of the VirtIO specification in the core. So it is in the core of VirtIO, and all devices use this mechanism to send and receive data from the guest. The problematic you want to solve with this mechanism is you want to send a lot of data from the guest to the host or host to guest, sorry. And you just cannot use a single contiguous buffer of physical memory because the physical memory is not supposed to be contiguous. It's supposed to be split to be efficient with the virtual memory. So a very common way to do this is that you have a queue of the segment descriptors, where a segment will have a physical address and a size, and it will represent a chunk of contiguous physical memory. And you'll have a chain of those descriptors to actually have a very big size where you can put your data. So it's a very common way to solve the sending and receiving data for hardware or for hypervisors. And in the VirtIO queue, the descriptor looks like this. So you have 0x10 bytes for a descriptor, 8 bytes for the guest physical address, 4 bytes for the size, and some flags. And the important flags, there is 2 important flags. You have the next flag. If the next flag is set, it means the descriptor chain is not over. You have to look at another descriptor after that. And the other descriptor is located at the index, located in the last 2 bytes of the descriptor. So this is the index of the next descriptor in the queue. And the write flag is, if it's set, the buffer is supposed to be used for writing. And if it's not set, it's supposed to be used for reading. And that's it. So a chain looks like this. You have a first descriptor. The write flag is set, so it's supposed to be write buffer. The next flag is set, so there is another descriptor after that. This descriptor, the index is to 1, so the next descriptor, sorry, is at index 1. And you can do this indefinitely until you find a descriptor where the next descriptor is not set. So, of course, the hypervisor have to implement the parsing of this chain. This is what is done in this function. I will not say its name because it's complicated, but yeah. And this function is responsible for parsing a descriptor chain, as I just showed. And it's supposed to put the result of this parsing in the virtubuf object. The virtubuf object is, there is a lot of things in it, but what's interesting in it is the 2 lists of buffer. So there is 2 lists of a fixed size, 1024, one for the in buffer, for the reading buffer, and one for the out buffer. And each buffer is represented by a physical size, physical address, sorry, on a size of both on 8 bytes. So in input it takes a descriptor chain, and in output it is this. So this function is quite straightforward. There is a single loop. In this loop, at each run, it will read a descriptor from the guest. If the write flag is set, it will put it in the in list. If the write flag is not set, it will put it in the out list. It will copy the GPA and the size into the table. And it will do this until it finds a descriptor where the next flag is not set. So with schematics, it looks like this. You have a descriptor chain. The write flag is set, so it puts it in the in list. The next flag is set, so it goes to the next descriptor. Then the write flag is not set, so it puts it in the out list. And so on and so on and so on, until it finds the descriptor where the next flag is not set. Quite straightforward. So of course there is error condition to not to avoid going too far in the descriptor if you don't have enough place on the host. So this is a single error condition of the loop, and it is just calculating the number of in segments and out segments that were used yet, and check if it's bigger than the actual queue size. The issue there is that the queue size is not fixed. By default, it's to 1024, like the list we saw before. but it can actually be changed. It's controllable by the guest. You just have to write in the MMIO, and you can change this value to any value in 16 bits. So the actual maximum value for the EQ size is 0xFFFF. So if you go back to our descriptor chain, the list outside is still fixed to 1024, but you can have up to 0xFFFF descriptor in the chain. So you can just chain more than 1024 descriptors, and it will start writing the result outside of the buffer. So the host fails to properly check if there are too many descriptors in the chain. You can write up to 0xFFFF segments in a list of only 1024. And the result is you have an out-of-band write after the virtue of structure, which is passed in parameter. So let's see how we can exploit that. So the virtue of structure, as we've seen before, it can be located both on the stack or in the heap. So globally, the Virtual disk device will allocate it on the heap, while the Virtual network card will place it on the stack. So I can choose what device I want to attack, to choose what kind of exploitation I will do. I decided to go with a network card because to me, stack buffer overflow seems way easier to exploit. And the vulnerability have a small detail, so yeah, you can write chunks of 0x10 bytes in out of bound, so you'll always write a minimum 10 bytes, but you only control 0x of them, so 12 of them instead of 16, because as a conversion, the guest physical address is originally stored on 8 bytes, and in the end is also stored in 8 bytes, but the size is originally 4 bytes and converted on 8 bytes. So the last 4 bytes are not controlled, it will always be padded with 0. So you don't control everything you write in out of bands. So in the exploit, you can trigger this vulnerability by this function, by attacking the stack frame of this function, which is the specific function in the network card implementation. We already have a leak because we defeated ISLR with the first bug I presented. And VirtualBox is compiled without stack canaries, so you can it feels like an easy win. You just have to write the return value on the stack, and it's a 101 stack buffer overflow exploitation. Well, actually, no. This is a representation of the stack frame of the vulnerable function. You have our vulnerable buffer that will overflow the rest of the stack. And on the left here, the green boxes is the values I can fully control because it's aligned on the GPA part of the out-of-band element. But the elements on the right in yellow, I only control 32 bits out of 64. The rest is 0, so I cannot fully control the value. And as you can see, the safe pointer is always aligned on the right side, so I cannot fully control the return pointer and cannot exploit my stack buffer overflow simply like that. And unfortunately, all the values before the return pointer are just saved register from the previous stack frame, and they are not used in any helpful way. So there is nothing to do before the return pointer. But we are lucky because just after the return pointer, there is some objects stored in the stack, which are actually arguments to the vulnerable function. They are called pdins and pdcc. And both objects are used during the function to do some dynamic calls. So you can, if you override them and fully control them thanks to the ISLR leak, you can have 2 arbitrary calls before the function returns. It's not that much arbitrary because on Windows, yes, there is a control flow guard. It will prevent you to just jump on the web chain. But what you can do basically, you can call actual functions. We can't jump on gadgets. Sorry. So we have 2 arbitrary calls limited by CFG, but after we do those 2 arbitrary calls, the function can't return because we overwrote the pointer to control them. So if the function tries to return, it will just crash instantly. So we have a stack buffer overflow. We transform it into 2 arbitrary calls, but the function must never return. The strategy we used the first arbitrary call to trigger something else, another memory corruption. I can't go into details, but actually we can trigger an arbitrary write with the first call, so it's perfect. And we use the second arbitrary call to just jump on sleep. And the first argument is a pointer, so it's sleep with a very, very huge value, and will just sleep forever. So the function like that will never return, and we transform our stack buffer overflow into an arbitrary write. We can just use it one time because we can't re-trigger the bug because the thread is now sleeping forever. So we just have a single arbitrary write, and we have ISLR defeated. So ISLR defeated gives us arbitrary data at known location. It gives us the address of web gadgets, and specifically it gives us the address of the stack of a specific thread, the XHCI thread, which we leaked using the vulnerability. So we know where the thread of this thread is located. And looking back at this thread is actually a worker. It waits on a loop. And it's actually waiting on a semaphore, so it's waiting for an event forever. And the event is waiting for is to receive a command sent by the guest, which we can trigger at any moment. So we know where the stack frame is located, and we know it's waiting in this function. And so the strategies will use the arbitrary write to override the thread of the stack frame of another thread, specifically the XHCI thread. Sorry. And we'll target the stack frame of the function waiting on the semaphore, override the return pointer with a single arbitrary write, and trigger the wake up of the thread by sending a USB command. The thread will wake up, jump on arbitrary location, and we just have full control because we bypass CFGs like that, because CFG does not only control the dynamic calls, it does not control the saved pointers on the stack. So we can just jump on our web chain and go to shellcode and win like that. I have a small demo, not live, sorry. So this is VirtualBox 7.0.14, the version of March of this year. The exploit is written in Python, as I said, but it's compiled in one single binary for Ubuntu. You can see that it's quickly leaked some values, and we instantly have the shell and the calculator popping on the host. So we escaped the VM. Thank you. Yeah, it's time for a quick conclusion. So as I said, the exploits were fully written in Python. I didn't have to rewrite it because it was just stable. So why bother rewriting it in C? We changed it during the context. We triggered the VM escape, and then we changed it with the Windows privilege escalation, targeting the Windows kernel. So it's a bonus prize, and we had a full win because we are picked first, and we had no collision, so our bugs were not known nor used before. And so we just switched this chain. We won $90,000 in March this year. So to conclude, it was really a fun project for me. I never worked on VirtualBox before, even if I knew a lot about hypervisors already. I did the VirtualBox work in a month in total. As I said, I spent a lot of time trying to trigger some, exploit some bugs that I couldn't. I still learned a lot on virtualization because the code is really easy to read, it's open source, and it's really cool, and I had time to improve my tooling. And yeah, VirtualBox is a great software as is, but also a great software to learn about VM escapes, to learn about hypervisor security. As I said, it's open source, it's really easy to read the code. There are still some bugs to find, I think, and yeah, if you find some and exploit them, you can have a nice bounty at Ubuntu. Thank you very much for listening.
So thank you, Corentin. Again, we won't have time for questions, but feel free to go and ask Corentin. I'm sure he has a lot more to say about it. And now we're going to have some Rump sessions. I will let the organizers take over, maybe? Or, yeah.
So the people who are interested in presented Rump and who send materials should come over, and we're going to just run them.
Merci. Pas trop rapide. Un bon recto, en fait, on aurait vite donné une idée. Après, je parle vite aussi. Charles aussi. Ouais, Charles, c'est cool. Ouais, tu les as bien fait. Et Alec, il n'aime pas, je sais pas. Du coup, je peut-être... Oui, mais t'en avais une là, hein, qui était... Ah, bah j'ai pas vu. On va prendre ça. Qu'est-ce que t'as fait Merci. Bah, y a pas de quoi. Et j'aimerais bien que les gens qui ont les Rump les présentent. Peut-être 4 mètres là-dessus. Allez. fait, il est sur là. C'est juste là. Et c'est bien, voilà. Il n'y a pas Pascal. On va commencer par lui. Bon, je te laisse le donner.
Moi, il m'en manque une de chez toi que j'ai pas réussi à récupérer.
Laquelle t'as pas réussi
Clermont-Ferrand.
Hein
Clermont-Ferrand, j'ai pas réussi.
Là
Clermont-Ferrand.
C'est la plus intéressante.
La config, ça. Il y en a qui travaillent ou pas?
Ouais, j'arrive.
Il y en a un qui veut brancher son Mac, il me dit qu'on peut tenter à la fin, mais je pense que c'est sûr que ça va pas
Non,
passer.
le Mac, non, donc
Parce
il dit
que
c'est phase.
c'est sûr que ça appelle et c'est LDLC, du coup, il voulait. Ouais, c'est sûr que ça appelle, mais d'accord.
Bah oui. Porte plus, je dis, le boîtier il passe au.
Il a une clé avec.
Merci. Tu mets là-dessus et tu le tournes directement. Et regarde, c'est bon. Hein.
T'as les trois dessus sur ta clé? T'as tout terrain sur la clé?
J'ai pas pu l'envoyer par mail, c'était 40 mégas.
Ça marche. Je sais pas, Pompon il m'a dit c'est Alec.
Ouais, j'ai géré.
Puis on va on se fout moi.
T'as les 3 slides sur la clé?
Je vais les mettre tous, ouais.
Il y a une veste retrouvée, il faut dire que tu as une veste retrouvée après. C'est juste à la fin de ton speech, faut que tu penses à dire que. Oui, il faut arrêter de compte. Je mets pas la pression, mais faut dire. Mais juste, si tu ne dis pas, on te casse tout. Bah ouais. Ah oui, mais attendez, moi j'ai une urgence.
Si, la clé est là, mais je sais pas me servir de PC, moi. Il faut passer sinon, tu te mets sur ça. Non, mais je prends pareil. Bon, alors, il faut monter les trucs. Non, mais ça monte automatiquement, là.
Regarde, elle est là. Shadow Co. Voilà, Shadow Hack. Là, PDF. Bah, tu cliques et tu présentes celui que tu veux. Les trois. C'est pas moi qui vais gérer là, uniquement. Hein? C'est pas moi qui vais gérer lequel tu veux commencer.
Ce que tu veux, donc l'ordre du moment.
Allez.
Ce qu'il peut faire par les notes, pour faciliter la chose, c'est donner un lien doc slide. Parce qu'en gros, il ne peut pas envoyer ses slides, elles sont sensibles.
C'est pas moi qui vais gérer les notes là, donc je veux bien, mais j'ai pas de soucis.
Attends, on peut voir aussi sur celui-là à gauche.
Oui, bien sûr, ouais.
On se connecter sur Internet.
là.
déjà fait. C'est quoi le plan écran là-dessus? Parce que je la 3G là, on va faire ça en 2-2. Non, mais c'est bon, je ne vais pas là-dessus. Je vais là là-bas. Juste que mon Discord, je pense que c'est fois, non, je sais pas. C'est là? D'accord, ok. C'est lequel? T'as Rodoc, logo, et ça c'est quoi? Post. Alors c'est bon, les écrans. Ah non, attendez, on savait pas si bon je faisais encore. Ah non, c'est tout bon. C'est bon, on est en train de faire. Ah, ok, parfait. Je te la laisse ou l'artiste? Non mais vas-y, tu m'envoies là-dedans. Vous avez tu peux attaquer ces rumps Il faut faire les rumps en attendant, vous organisez, on peut bouger. En vitesse, il m'envoie la Luca. Ah non mais non, c'est bon. Ok, je fais les trois. Non mais c'est bon. T'as les trois slides. Je vais ravi.
Hello. Okay. Hello. Can you hear me? Okay. So welcome to the Rump session. So I'm Pascal Lafourcade, and I will do 3 Rump in a straight row in order to save time. So the first one is Redox. It's an event that I'm organizing. Next year it will be the anniversary, 10th anniversary. So it's a rencontre entreprise doctorant en sécurité. So what is the goal? The goal is to put 5 students in front of an industrial problem during 1 week in order they solve the industrial problem. So it's organized by the GDR Sécurité Informatique, which is a GDR who try to aggregate all people who are doing computer science and security in this field. So next year it will be in Marseille, in the Calanque, so a beautiful place. So I invite you to come if you are a PhD student between the 13th and 17th October. And the most important thing, why this Rump session, we are looking for industrial to propose subject. So if you're interested, want to come to have 5 PhD students who solve your challenge, please contact me, send me an email or visit the website, Redox, GDR Security Informatics. Thank you very much. Okay, hello again. So, small advertisement about, we have a maître de conférence position. So if you know somebody who is interesting in Clermont-Ferrand next year, so please drop an email. So where is Clermont? In the middle of center, if you don't know. Why is famous? We have a famous rugby team, so do not hesitate to watch game. We are also famous for some people, so maybe you know this guy, which is Pascal, a famous philosopher a long time ago. He was born in Clermont. He invited Pascaline, the first computer, manual computer for addition and multiplication. We're also famous for this other guy, maybe you don't know. It's Vercingetorix. Maybe you read Asterix. It's famous in this book. We also have this guy, so this is most difficult. Urbain II is a pope, okay, long time ago, but we had a pope from Clermont. We also have a president, so for the one who know him. So he did many things, and we have Euro thanks to him, most of. We also have this guy, which is the main factory in Clermont, and doing a star restaurant or tiles. We also have beautiful places, cathedral, bars, whatever. But we also have famous Rubik team, so you can go. Also nice landscape. Also good cheeses with 4 AOP cheeses, and good food too. So if you want to apply, do not hesitate. The teaching will be at LIMOS, which ISIMA, sorry, which is Engineer School of Clermont-Ferrand in computer science, full cybersecurity teaching. And the research is also working in cybersecurity at LIMOS with my team. So if you have any question, any people who know and want to apply, please feel free to drop me an email. Thank you very much. Hello again for the last time. So this time is for you. It's a logo challenge. Okay. So I presented Redux from GDR, and GDR we have a new logo, but we have an historical logo. This was not for GDR, but ANSI. But maybe you know the story of the logo of ANSI. There are many challenges on this logo, and if you want, there is a blog by Pierre Bien-Aimé who summarizes all the challenges in this logo. And the historical logo of GDR was this one. And on this one, you have also some challenges. So if you are able to solve these challenges, you can drop me an email. Okay. So you can find the logo at the GDR webpage. Of course, in a good definition, because if you use this one, you will have maybe some trouble. And of course, if you solve all the challenges, you can drop me an email. And I will offer one of my books. So for the first winner. So first in, first out. So if I receive an email with all the challenges, because last time I presented, and guy didn't solve all the challenges. So there are not 25 or 30, but not only one. So thank you very much. Enjoy.
Fais une copie parce que je vais avoir besoin de la clé.
Je l'ai mis sur le...
Hello everyone. Today I'm going to talk about how to have a free ticket for GreHack. So you have two means of a free ticket: do the challenges or root the infrastructure. To root the infrastructure, you can use a actual 0 day, or you can use a shitty 0 day. I'm lazy, so. What's the goal? Use a web challenge where we must gain RCE to be inside the environment, a little bit of enumeration, and of course ask Nishacid if I'm allowed to. So I pinged Nishacid, like, yeah, may I gain remote code execution? He was like, oh, on the challenges? Yes, go on. It was not on the challenges, actually. For those who are doing some cloud security, you know about Cloud Init, which is responsible for the initialization of a virtual machine when you spawn it. And actually, Cloud Init have some data, including the password that will be set up for the user and that you receive by email when you create, for example, a VPS on OVH. OVH have some metadata endpoints, returning, for example, like the clear text password of the user. This is good, And I tried to SSH with the user and the password, and it didn't work. And I was like, yeah, this is weird. So I pinged Nishacid, like, did you change the user? It was like, oh no, I think it's Debian or maybe GreHack. And this worked. And again, so a root shell, and Nishacid was like, oh fuck, can you change the password, please? So I changed the password to like a shitty one. And of course, Nishacid forgot to change it and have to send it to all his friends. And yeah, in CTF you can flag challenges or root and dump the flag database. Thank you.
C'est nickel.
Attends, celui-là il marche? Celui-là il marche? Pardon.
Non, il n'y a pas de tout dessus, justement, c'est sur la clé.
Ouais, mais.
Ok.
Et il y a d'autres.
Moi, de toute façon, la mienne, je la lancerai ici.
Parce qu'après, vous arrêtez le stream, c'est ça?
Non, c'est celle-là.
Ouais, c'est ça.
Allez, je te laisse gérer. Et après,
Comment vous faites full screen là-dessus? C'est ça, moi je me demande. Comme j'ai fait ce matin.
C'est celui-là, là.
Présente la slideshow. Félicitations.
Ça
va le faire?
Ouais.
T'as la petite, t'as pas la petite zapette?
Je vais les mettre,
je sais pas. Elle est là. T'as une petite zapette? Ok.
Ça ne rapproche pas. Pas l'allumer? Bon, c'est pas grave, t'inquiète. Sauf.
Okay, 1, 2, 1, 2, cool. Everyone, I'm really glad to be here to tell you a really brief story and one timeline disclosure that I think is quite cute, like really cute in the security world. So, this is about a post-out remote code execution as admin within Shamilo. It happened during an open skill training, and I was really proud of my students that they found this actual issue. For some context, Shamilo is a software made for managing nodes, projects, lessons, and classes in general. And it was quite cool to take a revenge on that software because it was grading us, so why not break it? So I won't go into, I won't overextend for the explanation of the bug itself. You saw shardfall bug, which completely wrecks everything. So it was just uploading a PIG. By the way, so far, shell, voila. Don't care. It's not the part of the story that matters. What's cool here is that I tried to reach out to them thanks to GitHub security program and to disclose the issue. 2 months passes. Okay, at some point, I've got an answer and they say, hey, we started writing a patch. Can you please review it? It's sadly a temporary fork patch-ish, so it was not accessible anymore. So you'll have to trust me for the next slides, but I hope you do. First patch, they were trying to do, so what's inside the var dump, explode something, try to get some parts, but you can just duplicate your string, and it was like dummy patch, not patching anything. Second patch was pretty much the same, replacing something, which is a really common example I love to give during trainings. And it was easy to bypass as well. That's okay, that's life. We have to iterate on a patch until it works. After some time, they come back to me, hey, okay, the patch we did was not really working, but we realized that this file was not working nor needed, so we just blanked it. Okay. So indeed, they blanked it and just kept one exit line, so I guess that's a patch. That's one way to patching things. Actually, over time, I realized, and they realized, that this was coming from a CVE they've had in 2016, so it was 4 years ago, and they reintroduced it by mistake somehow. Okay, why not? That's just it. The best thing they did was to get rid of dead code that was insecure, not required, and just laying there. So a few conclusions: add testing, add cool patch if you can, and if you don't want to patch, get rid of the code, remove code. Try to prevent patch from being reintroduced. So in your test suite, if you do have tests, try to add some non-regression tests. And last but not least, do not try to patch one single bug. You don't need FAR, disable FAR globally in the whole application, not one single hot patch that will just die. Thanks a lot. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba.
Vous me la donnez? Oui, vas-y, vas-y. Merci.
Hello guys, so we only have a few minutes, so we will start. We had the chance to build the GreHack teaser with the Sodu Robber, my team, my CTF team. I am FDL Sifu, and I was the author of Remote IS. I will explain you how to solve it because we receive very few solves. So the challenge was basically that prompt. We were providing the encrypted file, so encrypted with a key. We were saying that in that challenge it was AES, remote AES with a student and some keywords like that. And the category was side channel, difficulty was hard. We received some comments. It was well received, I guess. But it was not guessy at all, but I will try to explain you a bit of the workflow. So basically, the category, as I said, it was side channel. We talked about security evaluator, and we also mentioned that it is a test implementation. So basically, it's a remote side channel attack on AES. So I would like to do a demo, but the problem is that it's not my computer. So I did some screenshots. So we have that remote server. We catch a trace, which I mean, you send 16 bytes and you receive a trace. And if you plot that trace, you see that there is some patterns that are duplicated. Those are the patterns that I made on purpose to synchronize. If you try to do a side channel attack on the raw traces like that without synchronization, you will find nothing. And you have to do some synchronization. So how to do the synchronization? Basically, I've implemented the sum of differences. So I have a sliding window where I compare the traces with my trace of reference, ref trace, the second argument, and my trace, my array that contains all the traces. And I, with a step of 1, I go through my sliding window, do the sum of differences, and I take the minimal, the smallest sum of differences that I found across my window. That synchronized my first pick because I took the first window. So we see in the red pattern, which is the first synchronization. We do the side channel attack using the correlation power analysis. It failed because we needed a second synchronization on the second pattern. Once we did that, we could perform the correlation with a simple algorithm like that or using a tool, but I do it in Python just to illustrate how easy it is once we understand the theory behind. So basically, I have guesses, traces, and I compute the correlation of the two sets, and I try to find the one that maximizes the correlation. So I'm using here the numpy.corcof, which is basically that correlation function. And I do that on the output of the S-box that is happening at the first round of the AES. This gives me the key, which can be used to decrypt using AES ECB, so classic decryption, and to obtain the flag. Let's switch to the other challenge, Dolphin, which was known to be a wave.
Don't spoil, please. And applause. No. So I'm going to talk about Dolphin 5, which was the MISC challenge and requested by many people here. As you can see, I have OFDP certification, but you don't need this to understand, really not, and don't ask at the end. So the challenge was a wave file, which was a sound file. It was a communication between Balda, our teammate, and Dolphin. As you can see, we put the difficulty on easy, but with free solve, it wasn't so easy. And before talking about the churl, we need to listen the churl to understand. One again. Just one more. Okay, just. It was 5 minutes like this, and some people listen the entire song to know if the flag was encrypted in the middle, but it wasn't the solution. So the solution, it was a binary hidden in the sound. It was in the LSB of every frames. So if you concatenate every LSB of the frames, you can get the binary, which was a RISC-V binary. So I put the code, but it's a shitty code in Python 3, and not even in Python 2. So if you get the first byte, you can see that the file was the file size, but after getting this, you can get the whole binary using the previous script. And with the binary, you can emulate this one on a QEMU. And when you run it, you can see that a Dolphin command was available. So if you enter Dolphin XXX command 8 times, you can process something and get the flag. So with a quick analysis, you can see that you need to put some sound in the arguments. So you have to put he. So you understand? Maybe not. Okay. And to get the flag, you have to brute force the combination of the arguments and to compute the XX hash 64 of give me the flag, and with the seed as the concatenation of the arguments, and you get the flag so easily. So free flag was.
Applause, please. Thank you. Tu veux pas qu'il laisse le flag? Tu veux pas donner le flag?
Okay, for the stream information, the next ramp don't be recorded, so please don't take picture or video for the next ramp. Thank you. and the winner or winners will get a free ticket for GreHack for the next year. So please vote, and the result will be after the ending talk. Thank you.
Je pense que c'est bon pour c'est bon, sur l'écran, le retour. Non, non, j'ai pas mon retour sur l'écran. Non, j'ai pas mes lunettes.
Hi again, everybody. I hope you enjoyed this day of conference and this new place for GreHack. It's the first time there. I forget the command. Better. First of all, I'd like to thank you for coming in such a large number. Despite the fact that we've doubled the number of places, there are still people who can't get it. So this is the proof of your loyalty and your love for this conference. So from the heart, thank you very much. I want to thank first the committee member who read all the submission and chose the speakers, obviously. And I want to thank the people who submit a paper. I also want to thank the speaker and the workshoppers for the commitment. And some of them come from far away, so a big thank you to them. I'd like to thank this wonderful organization. So guys from the organization, please come on. There is still a few more out. For all the work they done. A special thanks to Eva, Lucy, Dorian and Nisha Sid. For the hard work, please applaud, yes. Not forgetting, of course, the little hands that give her a time from them. And many thanks to the volunteers, please. And I hope you've seen your beautiful t-shirt. Yes, and for those who bought one, a sweater, this year we have a different design. And this is a thank for you who made it. Thanks to Phil, he's not there today unfortunately, but he was on the streaming and he helped us to have a good streaming all the day. And thank you to Philippe to help us with the computer. We had some struggle and sorry for this morning with the struggle. And Pascal Lafourcade, who helped us a lot and make so beautiful ramp. So thank you, Pascal. And without our sponsors, it will be complicated for the resource. So a big thank to our 56 bytes sponsor. We have Dataflow Security, RootMe, EDF, Penhertz, BSecure, Schneider Electric, and CRLT. Sorry, some stuff are French. And a big thank to them. Yes, please applaud. A big thank to the 8bytes sponsor, where there is a Lupin Homes. We have a good RAM too. Synactive, Randorisec, Quark Labs, Lexfo, DGSE, Kaido, Trial of Bytes, and Blacklist. Thank you very much. I don't forget our friend, yes, Grenoble University, and CIMAG, and the people who came today. There is a Black Alps, Aconit, and Phone. Thank you very much. Don't forget tomorrow, for those who have the ticket, the CTF will start at 10 a.m. and finish at 6 p.m. at the building H of NCMAG, please. So come. See you next year. Oh yeah, we found the code, and someone will be freeze outside. So come back to take your stuff. So see you next year. It will be on November still at the 40th. So in 2025. Thank you very much, and see you next year.
And the last, big thanks for Demdem for this work on GreHack organization. Big thanks at Demdem.
You can get out. Yes. You are free. Yes. Quoi? Oh yeah. There is a result of the Rump. And don't forget the workshop. It's in the next door. Okay, Felma. Type on Google. You will have 1 minute walk. And for the people who have a cancel workshop, just wait for us outside. We will come to you. Okay. Worthy win the Rump session!
Merci à vous pour l'organisation, c'est vraiment chouette, merci.
Ouais, sûrement. Ouais, tu peux jouer avec, hein. Regarde, moi je vais jouer avec, regarde. Hop. Et voilà, c'est tout. Attends, arrête. C'est qui qui organise les voyages? Ça va où? Vers quoi? C'est indicé normalement, c'est fléché normalement, je leur ai expliqué ce matin, je leur ai dit c'est pas le mal, j'aurais dit ça pété. Ouais, mais c'était un moment, c'était pas bien qu'il y avait c'est juste ça, je veux dire c'est fléché. C'est ça, tu lui dis c'est à côté, c'est vraiment fait mal, donc normalement c'est fléché, mais il faut quand même les deux.